A quest which began on May the 8th comes to a culmination this evening, as after 13 weeks of competition, it all comes down to this. Someone is going to be £20,000 better off and lifting the magnificent MODUS Super Series trophy. Luke Littler is looking to become the first player to ever defend this title, but he has got stiff opposition as 6 superb players battle it out for the top prize. Welcome to Champions Night here at the MODUS Super Series. A very good evening and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for what could be a career-defining, life-changing evening of darts here as we crown a MODUS Super Series champion tonight. It was a quest that began in the middle of May and it comes to its culmination here in August, and what a night we've got ahead of us. And we're going to be watching it in the company of Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson. And chaps, what a week we've enjoyed.
Yeah, it's been fiercely competitive all week and 6 remain after over 120 players started off 13 weeks ago.
Sometimes we hype these things up, Paul, and they disappoint. This definitely hasn't.
We've seen a lot of highs this week. We've seen some people having lows by leaving a little bit earlier than they wanted. But ultimately, what we're going to see tonight is the cream of the crop in Series 4. We've got 5 players who competed in Group A earlier in the week. And I think that is a measure of just how well they qualified and how much they've brought that qualification criteria and skill here to week 13.
Well, let's break down and see how the players got to this point now. It began on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday when the 6 players with the best averages in their qualification weeks took part in Group A. And Jerome Mioch turned out to be the victor in the end. And seemingly, Chris, he's becoming the king of Group A.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise package. Had a real good look at him in week 12 where he qualified. Thought he may get a bit of a hangover from that. Only had 1 day rest before coming back for Monday, but he deserved that win, beating Luke 3 times, all by the same scoreline of 4-2. So he broke that code, and he's more than earned his place in tonight's final.
Well, he came up clutch, didn't he, in the big moments, didn't he, Paul? He beat Luke Littler 3 times, 4-2, and ultimately it was those victories that kind of set him apart from the field. Yeah,
I think it's very fair to say so. When you separate those 2 players in the table, they are ultimately separated by their head-to-head record. But don't let that fool you. He has had poor records against some other players, which we will talk about throughout the course of the night, maybe. But ultimately, his consistency, he wasn't spectacular. He only had a high average of 97 in the course of those 15 games in Group A. But his consistency throughout and his belief levels have never been better. We believe he's turning into the player that he wants to be.
So that was how Group A culminated in the end. So the players then split into Groups B and C respectively. Group B was our centre of attention on Thursday evening, and it was Luke Littler who ran out the victor. 4 points clear in the end, Chris.
Yeah, the damage was done for the rest of the group on the opening night. He went 4 from 4 and did it convincingly. Had a scrappy opening game, but from that point on, I think he knocked in a 98, then a 107, and then nearly a 102. He was the standout player, and the group was really panned out on Steve West beating Danny Lowby, wasn't it?
Yeah, you look at some of the contests that we had over the couple of nights in Group B, but ultimately we were taken by surprise in the middle of Friday night where it was somebody going through by not throwing a dart. That's just the complexity of group play sometimes. You need somebody to do you a favour, and you might even play them in the next game and they might not do you a favour. That's why it's so exciting.
Yeah, and I didn't believe a player would get through on 6 points, but that's exactly what Colin Osborne did in the end. It was a remarkable group.
Well, Luke Littler harboured the headlines in terms of winning the group, but the big story was Steve West, a 9-darter at Champions Week. He promised us it, and boy, did he deliver.
Yeah, he narrowly missed one Monday, right on the wire, done exactly the same way as this one, and he made sure this time. And all the players, in fairness, have had some real standout moments. We've seen some real flair darts, but there was just something about this, Nico. We looked at each other after the first max and thought, this is going in.
Now, we were amazed that he missed the double 12 earlier in the week. because he looks so comfortable at these 1-4-1 efforts. We've said for years that the people who hit the most 180s on tour, the Chisnells, the Andersons, the Van Gerwens and the other ones, they're going to get more opportunities of that 1-4-1, and they'll probably feel more comfortable because they've got more exposure to those shots. Steve has been that person this week, getting more opportunities with 6 perfect darts, and him hitting one is not a surprise.
No, I think that was the 5th time this week he'd gone back-to-back in the 180s, and the 2nd time he'd actually had a genuine poke at the double 12, and the double 12 was just perfectly placed, completely measured, and there was loads of belief in that shot, and that's the kind of belief he's going to need tonight, because this really is a tough field.
So that was what we saw in terms of Group B. Group C was the group that we saw on Thursday and Friday afternoon, and this was how it squared up. Reece Robinson winning the group from Berry Van Peer. Now, Berry had a lot of expectation, Paul, going into this week. Has he perhaps at times flattered to deceive?
I actually think Berry's done very well this week, because on Monday he was flat as a pancake. He just didn't feel it. But his ability to play well to get into Group A, that's got to be lauded first. But ultimately after that, he needed to raise his levels come Thursday and Friday, and he did so on Thursday. He did just about enough. You can look at his numbers and say that he played well, but I don't think he has. He knows he hasn't. But if he's got enough in the tank tonight, he's someone, if he finds it, who can go through this field because of the confidence he's built up in 2023.
Yeah, like Jerome was the surprise package from Group A, I think Reece Robinson's been the surprise package this week. Listen, we've seen some great darts from him in the past, but he always tends to just tail off a little bit and ultimately cost himself, winning weeks and making Champions Week finals nights. This week, went off the boil slightly towards the back end on Monday. Didn't happen Tuesday, didn't happen Wednesday, and certainly didn't happen over Thursday and Friday afternoon. And he is going to be, alongside Steve West, probably the 2 dangers in terms of Luke Littler eventually taking his 2nd title.
And in terms of Reece Robinson, not just did we see some exquisite darts, we saw some extravagant finishing as well. You absolutely loved this in comms, mate, didn't you? This tops.
Well, he did it when I commentated on him down in Southampton, but he's 2-1 down. Andy Bolton's waiting on 60, which should be a formality, and his mind just, I don't know what goes on. I think by being flamboyant and trying to do something special, maybe just is a trigger for him and really switches him on and makes him focus, because if you get it wrong, you can often look a little bit silly.
I've not seen as many players in one solitary week, never mind a Champions Week, going for so many flamboyant finishes. Steve West went for bull, double 11 bull. We know that Littler's taken bull 11 bull, 3 double tops for the maverick that is Reece Robinson. Are we going to get any of that tonight? I'm not so sure.
It'll be interesting to see. So that is how the 6 got here. These are the 6 finalists that we are going to see this evening at the Super Series. Jerome Mioch, Luke Littler, Steve West, Colin Osborne, Reece Robinson and Berry Van Peer have a 1 in 6 chance of picking up the trophy and the £20,000 first prize. So the 6 players are going to be split up into 2 pools of 3 for the group stage action. The top 2, after a couple of games, will go through to the semi-finals and will play a straight knockout from there. These are the groups in play for tonight's session, and let's begin with Group 1. Jerome Mioch, Berry Van Peer, Steve West. Will every single player fancy their chances in there? Yeah,
absolutely, and they will all know each other's weaknesses and strengths. The one good thing for Luke Littler is he's not in the same group as Jerome Mioch, because he's caused him nightmares across Group A. That for me is a wide open group. Any combination of 2 making the semi-finals wouldn't surprise me. The one in which anything can happen is Reece Robinson, Luke Littler, Colin Osborne, Group 2. Now, although Colin has not played great by his standards at all to qualify, we had a chat with him last night, Nico, didn't we? And he feels very much like he should. I'm free-rolling. I can't believe I'm here tonight. He can come up here and play with absolute freedom, and he's going to relish playing in front of an amazing crowd.
How many favourites during the week go on to win on Saturday night? So many times that's not the case. When someone has got that feeling of less pressure, they could perform. And don't forget that Osborne is the most experienced player in this Champions Night. The only thing left for him to do in his MODUS Super Series career is to win a night like this. If he gets it, he's got the lot.
It could well be Colin's crown and glory this evening, but how do the bookmakers see tonight's action? Perhaps not a surprise that Luke Littler goes off the 2-1 favourite.
Yeah, and rightly so. Listen, he's hit the highest average of the week. He's hit the second highest average of the week. He's the defending champion. He's the player that everyone's talking about right now. But myself and Nico, outside of Luke, he is the obvious favourite, and rightly so. But value, if you're looking for some, Steve West or Reece Robinson for me, Nico, and you.
Yeah, absolutely. In the middle two there, you've got two players who can perform at a very high level. And one thing about Steve West as well, he might have made a lot of friends this week, but there's a time when he can turn it on against his brother. On the European Tour once, he averaged 110 and beat him 6-0. So if you think he's going to be friendly tonight, think again. But Robinson, I get the feeling there's a big average in him at some point. It may even be his first game tonight.
And we have seen that a few times from him this week. Right, let's see what the bet builder's saying. These are bets that you've been making at home, and we put them into an accumulator. Just some thoughts on these tonight, Mace.
Yeah, as Paul just mentioned, Robinson in his opening matches all week has more often than not produced his highest numbers of the day. Totally understand why they've gone for that one against Osborne, and of course how Osborne has struggled so far in this Champions Week. West against Meoc, West 4-5. I think that's an absolutely fabulous bet as well.
I really do like the Robinson bet for the 180s, because if you think about the fact that he's got 51 for the week over 25 games, that means he's averaging 2 and a little bit over each game he's played. So over 1.5 looks pretty enticing.
Remember, 18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're having a flutter on the MODUS Super Series scene. But it is high time to get the action underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A night that could change one player's career forever. Somebody's going to be picking up that £20,000 cheque and calling themselves the Super Series 4 champion. We kick off with an all-Dutch affair as Jerome Meoc takes on Berry Van Peer. And early on this evening, both players caught up with Phil Bars.
Jerome, here we are. It is Champions Night here at the Super Series. Our Group A winner. How are you feeling ahead of tonight?
Yeah, I'm feeling comfortable. I had 2 days to take some rest, so I take take some rest, relaxing, prepare myself for tonight. So, yeah.
You played some brilliant stuff in Group A. You're hoping to transform that form here this evening?
Yeah, of course. I hope I can play my best game better than in Group A. I think maybe the same as last Saturday, finals night, week 12. That's and maybe better than that. My best game.
How are the energy levels? Because 2 weeks is a long time in darts, and you've played competitively through it all. How are the levels?
It's very tough. That's I've looked at that 2 days rest. So I win Group A, and I can have a break for 2 days, and that's very nice.
There's a huge amount of money on the line tonight. What would the winner's check mean for you and your career?
The money. It's nice. I didn't play. I do not play especially for the money. I play for the experience, and I want to be a better player. But yeah, of course, it's very nice when you win a lot of money. But I don't think about the money. That's not what you have to do.
Who do you see as your biggest danger this evening?
I think every player is very good. Every player that plays for the finals night is very good. And yeah, the one that have a good day, it's difficult. It's very difficult. But maybe Luke is the favorite. But I think everyone is. If everyone plays his best game, then everyone can win here tonight.
Jerome, all the very best this evening.
Thank you.
Berry, here we are. It is Champions Night here at the MODUS Super Series. Looking forward to this evening?
Yeah, definitely. Like the finals nights are always a tough evening, but it's with a nice crowd, and you always look forward to it, I feel, and tonight's no other than that.
You've not played your best stuff here this week, but you're still here. Is that the important thing?
That is definitely the most important thing. Like I said a few times before, I haven't really felt great, like kind of ill the first few days, which messes up my mind as well. And the last few days I've improved a lot, and I managed to qualify. I'm really stoked with that, and that was my goal at the start. And now we'll make other goals, and we'll see what happens.
Do you have that belief, because you've been playing all week, at some point it is going to click for you?
Yeah, I think yesterday afternoon at the end, I finally started feeling more loose. Like my arm was finally easier to throw with, kind of. Had a very enjoyable game with Yale at the end, which kind of made me feel good and gave me a confidence boost, I feel. If it's going to go good tonight, we'll have to see. I think I'm improving quite a lot during a week, and today should be no other.
It's an absolute incredible lineup we have here this evening. What's the banter been like in the practice room?
It's been a nice week. First 2 days have been a lot of laughing, and then the third day, everyone wants to be serious because there's still a lot to play for, so it's a little bit different. The last 2 days has been very fun, actually. A lot of banter, like a lot of laughs and jokes here and there, and it's brilliant. And today you just meet up with people either you haven't met this week, like for example, I haven't seen Colin all week, but I've seen all the other ones. So yeah, you kind of meet up again, and we know what kind of jokes we're having this week, and I think it's nice, but still everyone is serious, so that's a good thing.
Barry, wish you all the very best this evening.
Thank you very much.
Here we go then. The time for talking is over. The time for the action to begin is upon us. Jerome Mioch up against Barry Van Peer kicks off a champions night here at the MODUS Super Series. A big night, a big occasion, needs a big name commentary team, and boy do we have the ticket for you, because in the commentary box this evening is the former Players Champion Paul Nicholson and the Tries World Championship semi-finalist. It's a very good evening to Chris Mason.
A very good evening, Henry, and to everybody tuning in. Thank you for joining us. We are now back in Portsmouth for the culmination of Series 4. And this could be a very interesting night with our packed crowd here on London Road. We do have Dutch representation on both sides of the hockey here. And we do have a lot of
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
English
First leg, it's Jerome
representation
to
as
throw
well.
first.
Not
Game
just by our
on.
referee, Charlie Corstefine, but by former England international Chris Mason, who's sitting next to me tonight. Welcome, Chris.
Evening, Nico. Evening, everybody. Yeah, fascinating tie. The one thing that stands out to me, before a dart was thrown this week, there's not a chance that Jerome would have been a 4-6 favourite to beat the current player topping the table on the Challenge Tour, which
91.
is the second stage down from being, well, a Pro Tour card holder.
I couldn't agree more. This game, Monday morning, would have seen Barry Van
42.
Peer as a huge favourite. But 5 days is a long time in the sport of darts.
And a big sample for us to take a look
44.
at. And obviously, the odds compilers and the numbers just don't stack up for Barry. And as we've tried to mark your card throughout the week, darts is very much
59.
on the day. And Jerome at 4-6 and Barry at 11-10. Well, if that had been the opening game Monday morning, I would have suggested filling your
100.
boots, Nico. And I would have been wrong.
If you are joining us for the first time this week, thank you for your company
28.
here on Saturday night. Jerome Mioch won week 12 7 days ago. He's looking for 2 victories in
99.
8 days, which would be over £25,000 in his back pocket. And when he came through Group A this week, he had himself 2 days off before
28.
tonight.
Barry required
And I was in the
167.
identical position to him, because they did play in week 12. Made
58.
the finals
Jerome
night of
required
Champions Week, and then it all went
164.
a little bit Pete Tong. Thank you, Josh Payne and Conan Whitehead, for that.
21.
Well, that's a
Barry
slip from
required
Jerome,
109.
giving Barry a chance to break in leg 1. Throughout the course of tonight, in 2 group games, you will see Barry Van Peer trying to loosen that right shoulder and the right arm just to feel very comfortable. Double 18.
91.
He's had a lot of
Jerome
darts.
required
Splitting that double
143.
18 this week.
Yep, he's been on double 9 more than any other player. Unfortunately,
85. Barry
yeah,
required
he's not
18.
kept close enough order. And he's going straight for it. Should be. Ooh.
10.
He literally
Jerome
had to just follow
required
that opening
58.
dart, didn't he, Paul?
Early Saturday night nerves here.
Yeah, it's like no other night throughout the week, including
Game shot
just
on the first leg.
the weekly winning
Jerome
night.
Mioch.
Nothing feels like a Champions Week finals night. Three
Second leg, it's Berry to throw
Absolutely,
first.
Miss.
Game
You're
on.
so eloquent there, because tonight, just compare this to the last time Jerome was at this hockey. Wednesday.
125.
Now, everybody's in there, and there are fans for every player.
Yep.
I'm sure, and more for
81.
most, because there are a lot of Luke Littler shirts out there. There's a fairly big contingent for Steve West out there as well.
Yeah, there is. And
140.
what's interesting tonight is the different demographic. Lots of young people, which is great to see.
100.
Speaking of that word young, there is the Steve West massive. But this is very young in the career
96.
of Jerome Mioch. This is the biggest day of his career so far.
Yep.
Not that he's thinking about the money, because in his interview with Phil Bars prior to this, he said it's all about
36.
the
Berry required
experience.
140.
Well, you worked it out, didn't you? That 3 of the 6 players tonight, potentially, if one of those win it, will be their
100.
biggest ever cash.
Indeed. That is the case for both of these players. The other one being Reece Robinson.
140. Berry
And two of
required
those
40.
players, their biggest payment to date has been winning their week here.
Game shot in the
1-1.
second leg. Berry Vampire.
Much better leg. 14 darter there for Berry.
Third leg, it's
Level
Jerome to throw
things up.
first. Game on.
If you are a social media user, we'd love to hear from you. And if you are watching via YouTube or your
99.
chosen betting app, welcome along. At MSS Darts, one word, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. If you want to get in touch
81.
with us via Twitter, Nico will have the app open. If you've got any questions or comments, we'd love to hear from you. And don't forget,
57.
10 o'clock, we switch to and are joined by our friends at Sporty Stuff TV.
100.
I wonder who's going to be left by that time, because 2 people will be gone by 10 p.m. Maybe a little bit sooner than that, because we have some very quick players here this evening.
39.
Don't forget, if you want to join us on a Saturday night, you can join us every Saturday night here at the Super Series. And there was a lot of
60.
people who left it a little bit too late for getting a ticket tonight and missed out. But you can join us next Saturday. Get your tickets booked early. www.dartshop.tv. Tickets are free.
47.
It's just a £2 booking fee. Doors open 6:30.
Now, it feels as if we've had a bit of everything this week. A bit of weird, bit of wonderful, bit of majestic.
60.
Bit
But
of flamboyance.
There aren't many things that we haven't seen this week. One thing is a 170 finish.
59.
Are we going to get one tonight?
I wouldn't be shocked if we got another 9. To be honest, we've seen one already, of course, from Steve West. Well, we've nearly seen 2. The thickness of a wire away from seeing 2.
We haven't seen a 9 darter
100.
in front of an audience yet here in Portsmouth.
We want one. We want to see and hear their reaction.
And they want one too.
92.
We've seen some great
Berry
atmospheres here on
required
Saturdays.
100.
I just wonder what it's going to be like here around 11:15. Treble 19 missed, and it will be
44.
treble 19
Jerome
potentially for
required
Jerome here.
108.
This is an edgy game. He's looking up top, and he's got what he wanted. Double 16.
92.
Chance for Berry to break.
Berry required
Something he's been
56.
very good at in the last 2 weeks. Just trying to get rid of a bit of tension in the arm. He's just trying to loosen it. Gets the 16. Tops for a breaker throw and a 2-1 lead.
Game shot on the third leg. Berry
Tell
Vampire.
how much he enjoyed that one.
He's averaging 80 at the minute. We can't get away from the fact
Fourth leg, it's Berry to throw
that
first.
Berry does
Game
have
on.
a little bit more experience of playing in this kind of atmosphere. Berry's someone who has been to a World Youth Final. Ultimately lost to a Maverick player
91.
called Corey Cadby from Australia.
And he's also played in front of huge crowds on the Euro Tour and gone deep in them.
Absolutely. Loves playing in
140.
Munich. Of everybody this
98.
week, maybe 2 players came in with more pressure than others. Van Peer was one of them because of that commanding lead he's got in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
140.
Yeah, and he's on course to get a tour card for 2024 and beyond.
55.
We might see a lot of Jerome over the course of the next few seasons here.
140.
Unless he develops at the same sort of rate that we've seen over the last 2 weeks.
Well, his jump in numbers have been phenomenal in the past 2 weeks. Coming into this, he had a 12-monthly average of around 80.
Jerome, you require 81.
This week, he's averaged over 10 more than that.
He's a different player.
999.
68. Berry requires 77.
Not even sure he knew what he wanted.
No,
I think he was going for the single. This is a big shot for Berry. It's the best leg of the match. Look at that process. This has been rehearsed.
Yeah, he's visualizing it, isn't he?
Double top.
37.
Very well thrown.
I'm sure at home you could
Jerome, you
hear the
require
click.
13.
The outside wire, and the tough bit here is getting the single 5, and he gets that plumb in the middle.
No score.
The irony is not lost. Wow, he's hit the double 13, but too
Berry
late.
require 40.
The 3-1 and a 2-leg cushion in his first Group 1 game of the night.
Game shot on
Berry
the fourth
takes
leg.
a 3-1 lead. The other person in this group is Steve West. Everybody gets 2 games in their
Fifth
group.
leg, it's Jerome to
There
throw
is a
first.
magical
Game
formula
on.
that everybody should have emblazoned on their mind when they play on Saturday nights. If you can get 2 points and a positive
100.
leg difference after 2 matches, you're through. If in doubt, just win both your matches, and you will win the group and have the darts in the
46.
semi-finals.
Don't forget Nico as well. And for those joining us for the first time, we have a scenario here where we could end up with a 9-dart
123.
shootout. Look on your face.
I'd love to see one.
140.
But you can tell us what it's like to play in one.
Yeah, you get put through the ringer. It is horrendous.
115.
Doesn't mind that he hasn't left a finish. He might mind in a minute. Good
130.
attempt from Berry to get to a finish first.
You can't afford any mistakes from here.
45.
And that is one. That would be music to Van Peer's ears. Trouble 20. Would have left
105.
tops.
Jerome, you require
Got a nice ring to it, that.
118.
Music to Van Peer's ears. That means the shot is off. And Van Peer has got a chance to win by 4 legs to 1.
Berry, you require 80.
This is huge because he didn't have the darts in this game. He will have the darts in his second match. And he'll go into that match with 2 points in the bank.
Berry Van Peer.
A very tidy first game, and he takes full advantage of the fact that Jerome Mioch in that contest looked a bit edgy, and he's evidently very disappointed with his performance. But Berry, 86.1 with 40% on the doubles, he will definitely take that. And when he plays Steve West in match 3, he knows he only needs a certain amount of legs to get through to the semi-finals. When we come back, it is the favourite Luke Littler up against Colin Osborne.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. This is the prize that they are playing for come 11 o'clock this evening to call themselves the Grand Master of the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Bay Vampire got his campaign off to a perfect start, getting the better of Jerome Miok by 4 legs to 1. It was missed doubles that cost Miok in the end. Vampire getting off to a perfect start. Right, we're going to get into Group 2 action now, and it's the man who currently has his name on this trophy, Luke Little, looking to become the first man in the history of this competition to go and defend it in action. He takes on Colin Osborne, the all-time appearance record holder in this competition. Is it going to be experience or is it going to be youth that's going to prevail in our first game of the group? We're about to find out. But before we get the action underway, let's hear from both players who've been chatting to Phil Bars.
Luke, here we are, Champions Night here at the Super Series, looking to defend your title, the first man to ever try and do it. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Obviously, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday in Group A didn't go to plan. Obviously, I wanted the 2 days off, but Group B come back stronger and I'm ready to go tonight.
Do you think playing the whole week will actually do you a favour in the long run?
I think I've got an advantage on some players. Obviously, Jerome's the only one who didn't play the full 5 days, but it's obviously got me out practising because over the 2 days I probably won the through a dart, but obviously I've practised, I've topped the group and I'm made tonight.
What does it mean, the fact that you've got here to defend your title? Because that's not an easy thing to do.
Obviously, I seen Group A, well, all 12 champions. Wouldn't have been hard if Klassen or whatever, whoever came into Group A. So Group A was a strong group, and obviously getting here was the main priority. Now I've got to prove it.
We saw last night you have a little experiment with your equipment. Talk us through it, and was it premeditated?
It's my dad's Phil Taylor darts. They were just in my case, and obviously some people know when I'm through, I like to have a bit of fun, and obviously I did. The
fact that you can play with 2 completely different setups is a good and a bad thing. Do you overthink it perhaps now?
Probably not. Obviously, I use 23 gram. The Taylors are 26, but just I was through to tonight and just had a bit of fun.
I'm guessing back to the usual setup this evening.
Yeah, back to the usual setup.
Luke, all the very best this evening, mate.
Cheers.
Colin, here we are, Mr. Super Series himself. You've been here a few times. How excited are you for this evening?
Really looking forward to it, Phil. You know, I've, like you say, the last 2 days not performed at my best, probably 60%, you know, but here I am, you know, and I've played long enough and every day is a different day, so I'm really looking forward to tonight, yeah. What was the pressure last night going into that game against Danny Lowby? It wasn't so much pressure. Obviously I'd come in after Thursday's games. I thought if I have a good start, you know, against Steve and then Neil, but I'd lost them both. But against Danny, you know, it was just come up and, like you say, what I always do, process, you know, concentrate and throw, and luckily enough I beat him 4-1, it was enough. Look, tonight everything is on the line, there's a lot of money at stake. Do you think your experience could be the key here this evening? I'll use it, but obviously I know I've still got to play well. You know, but then on the other hand, I also know anything can happen. That practice room, it's arguably the best Champions Night we've ever had. What's it going to take to win this evening? Oh, I think it's going to be consistency, you know, and you need to get off to a good start, you know, obviously with the round-robin stage, the group stages 3 in each, that first game is vital, because then you go into the second game with, obviously it's still pressure, but not as much pressure because you've got one on the board. And £20,000 is a lot of money. What would that do for your career? It'd do well for anyone's career, Phil, you know what I mean? It's 20 Gs, you know, but yeah, and like you say, we're all in it to win it, so let's see what happens. Colin, all the very best this evening, mate. Good man, thank you.
Really nice to hear from both combatants there. Very level-headed for a 16-year-old kid, because he is a kid. And then you've got the seasoned 48-year-old Colin Osborne from the Borough, who will come into this game as the underdog because this young man has been revolutionary over the last couple of years. But this week, he has been good enough. Now, we are in an arena where these two have both won multiple times on a Saturday night, but only one of them has won the big dance, and that's the younger of the two.
Yeah, revolutionary, a very apt word. We've seen him introduce the flatty to his play to not obscure the tops. Even on 80, he will opt to go for the flatty on
first
dart
leg,
1.
It's Luke to
and
throw
you're right
first.
about the odds.
Game on.
Colin against the throw, quoted at 9-4. Luke Littler 1-3.
As you heard in his interview, he's going to use
65.
his usual equipment tonight after a little bit of an experiment in his final 2 games yesterday, whereas he has played some explosive stuff this week. 113.77, his best individual game. But strangely, he got his best finish last night with the other darts, throwing them a different way of 111. And that was quite experimental as well.
Yeah, bull 11 bull. Lovely message from Carl Holden. Those in darts will know who he is. And a message,
43.
good luck to Luke tonight from the St. Helens Darts Academy, which is where this young man has been plying his trade.
180.
I'm sure they'll be pleased when he's 18.
I think a lot of people on the development tour are going to be happy when he's 25. Because he is on a bit of a fast track at the minute towards the PDC Pro Tour at the age of 16. That might even be sorted in the next 6 to 8 weeks. This year, we may see Luke Littler in this arena
60.
for the last time.
Yeah, probably ever. And there's the flatty.
Game shot on the first leg.
Again, the method behind that, of course, is to not obscure the double top for darts 2
Second
and
leg, it's
3
Colin to
if
throw
needed.
first.
Well,
Game on.
They weren't needed because a max in the leg and a 14 dart hold.
Let's face it, when he comes to Saturday night, he's usually got something in the tank.
95.
Yeah, he does have this ability to sort of Monday. For me, it felt like he was coasting a bit, and then when it came to
140.
the meat and potato of Thursday and Friday, the Thursday night, he was irresistible. 4 out of 4. Job was done.
Give him the right opponent.
100.
Give him motivation, which he doesn't really need much. But then he thrives. And when that first start is finding that target, watch out.
180.
It's almost like he flicks a switch. And we've seen him do it so many times where, I mean, he's got a massive amount of support in here tonight, and that comes with its own pressure.
81.
He's averaged 94.61 for the week. Not many people can do that when they come here. And if you think
93.
that he's had a decent group in Group A and maybe a better group in Group B, think again. Because there's less than a point between his group averages. He's been sustaining that level all week long. Admittedly, a little bit up and down within the groups.
125.
He was averaging 94 and change
88.
on the Pro Tour. He'd be in the top 30. He's an elite player at the age of 16. And if Osborne
Colin, you
doesn't
require
hit
100.
this, he's already in a puddle of mud.
Yeah, he's going to be under the pump, isn't he? Now, well, that's a disaster. He's better off with the bounce out there, Nico.
Nobody
40.
likes a 99.
Luke, you require
I don't think
40.
anybody's ordering them on the south coast at the minute with all the rain.
Game
that
shot on the
is
second
2-0.
leg. Luke
Very
Littler.
consistent. 14 darters in both legs. And we know he can average this for an entire match because
Third
he's done
leg,
it
it's Luke
twice
to
this
throw
week.
first. Game on.
And he has another level. Currently holds the highest average in this venue.
140.
Excess of 117. Did that in a final. Every sort of
26.
question we have, he answers us, and some.
If we were to give him an exam when it comes to
97.
darts, he's got the cheat codes. He beat Andy Barton's 4-0 when he won his week in week 8. And let me put that into some perspective.
100.
Andy Barton's is one of the best players without a tour card right now. He's explosive, he's brilliant, and he was demolished
43.
by Luke Littler in that final with that 117.88 average.
Was truly remarkable to watch.
76.
Also, congratulations to a player that, well, didn't have it all his own way here. Wesley Plaisier. He won in Belgium
60.
this evening. Or in the last sort of hour or so, defeating our friend and colleague, Matt Edgar, in the final. Well done, Matt.
Yeah, very good run for Matt today in Belgium. I'm sure
34.
he knows
Luke to
all
reply,
about nights like this.
161.
He's been to a finals night himself, and it was Osborne that cost him.
129.
Advanced math from Littler. Just has every element.
133. Luke to
Colin.
require 32.
I'm not even sure he's going to get a dart or a double in this match the way Luke's going.
Game shot.
I was just about to say, if there's a corner of the board that he's been weak on this week, it's been double 16. But even here on Saturday night, when we try and find
It's Colin to
a
throw
crack
first. Game on.
in his marble, he seems to be able to glue it together and put it right.
He's all right on the night.
140.
Colin's averaging over 82 and yet to get a dart at a double.
Well, let's talk about Colin, because
134.
we can't ignore the fact that Aussie has got the lowest running average of anybody this week, 82.24. He's won 3 games only, but he's here.
Well, he's playing to type, and there was a stat that we picked up on in the opening game, wasn't there, with Barry
59.
Van Peer's 86.10 average.
Yes, there was. His weekly average, 86.20, and his first
43.
match winning average of the night, 86.1. If you play to type tonight, Littler wins. That's what I think.
I agree.
135.
I've advised to back him on Monday. He
60.
drifted
Colin, you
on
require
Tuesday in terms of
167.
winning the week. In fact, I've said to just keep reloading. Should be a leg on the board for Colin here,
30.
but he's left himself vulnerable with that.
He has indeed. That's clever.
56.
Because if he went
Colin,
19s,
you
he
require
wasn't going to leave a shot.
137.
Had he hit the single, but he's not going to finish anywhere. Osborne's got to be efficient here.
The treble 20
57.
to the tops, and again may only get one dart at the top at a double. That double will be tops or tens.
140.
He doesn't need to throw
Colin, you require
a dart
80.
flat in the board because his already land like that.
Just got to avoid the drift. Oh, that's perfect.
Is this one?
60.
Could be curtains.
Luke, you
Could be
require
Littler.
68.
Inching closer to the semi-finals already. Double 8.
52.
That one caught a little bit of steel on
Colin,
the
you
outside of the
require
board
20.
there. It was never going to hit, but that is a match start missed. Can this one save the match? It's really awkward.
Problem is, when you've gone 3 legs without
10.
a dart at a double, the emphasis on hitting that double.
Luke, you require
Is
16.
Double 8.
Game shot.
That is an ideal start for Luke Littler, the favourite for the title. Has won his first game in Group 2 over the seasoned, legendary MODUS Super Series wizard in Colin Osborne. So there you can see 92.59, and he missed 5 darts at a double in that contest. So he has got gears to find if indeed he needs them to qualify for the semis. We'll go back to Group 1 when we come back from this short break, and it will be our first look at Steve West.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the defending champion Luke Litz has got his crest to retain this trophy off to the perfect start, getting the better of Colin Osborne in his opening match by 4-0. Right, that's the Group 2 action part for now. We're going to head into the middle match in Group 1, where Barry Van Peer, who won our opening match of the night against Jerome Miok, is back in action. Victory here. We'll see him into the semi-finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, but he has got stiff opposition up against him. Steve West has been one of the standout players this week, hitting a 9-darter last night. Ahead of his first game, he caught up with Phil Bars to gauge his thoughts ahead of tonight.
Steve, here we are, Champions Night at the Super Series, but first of all, social media has exploded. That 9-darter last night was a little bit good, wasn't it?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was really, really nice to finally get one here. Been close a few times, obviously again this week, but to actually, to finish it off was a really good feeling.
Last time you were here at Champions Week, it all went horribly wrong. Much nicer feeling this time around, though.
Yeah, thanks for that, mate. Even yesterday, I was still in a similar position to whereas, I could mess it up, but just to get over the line was a massive boost.
Look, everything is on the line this evening, and you've played on the biggest stages of them all. How much will that help you this evening?
Yeah, listen, experience counts for a lot, but in this situation with the kind of players that we've got here now, I don't think that counts for a hell of a lot. Not anymore, not in this stage.
We saw Luke mess around with his darts last night. Are we expecting something similar, or do you think it's business head on this evening?
No, I think he'll stick to his own. He knows how important it is, what's on the line, so I don't think he'll mess about. If he does, fair play, because he still wins them. But I don't think he will.
Back to yourself, what's it going to take to win this evening?
Bit more consistency. I was scoring one leg, I'd score out this world. The next, I was wiring every single treble and stuff like that. If I can just get one or two of them to find the target, I don't think I'll have a problem, because scoring-wise, I'm pretty decent.
Look, the group stages can be absolutely brutal. How important is it to win that first game?
It's huge. Of course it's huge. You'll know, I don't know what the situation is tonight, but last time out, when I played a finals night, I won a game. I come off, I didn't even know I was through, because the guy before had lost the game and I'd beat him, but I didn't even register that. It wasn't until Michelle said, "You're through now." I was like, well, I've got another game to go. So I don't know. The first game is hugely important. It really is.
Steve, wish you all the very best in that game, mate.
Excellent. Thank you. Cheers, Phil.
Great to hear from Westy, who's had a very good week so far. Like he said in that interview with Phil Bars, it's just nice to be here on the Saturday night at the big dance, because he got really close just a few months ago. But now he has a chance, the 48-year-old from Waltham Abbey, the former Hertfordshire County player, and the last 16 at the PDC World Championship, did represent his biggest payday to date. But one of his biggest paydays to date would be tonight if he was to win the whole thing. Barry Van Peer has had the ideal start, beating Jerome Miok by 4-1. And he knows, does Bionic.
First
he wins this against Westy. He wins Group 1.
Yep, it's a nice position to be in, and Steve made reference to how important the opening game is. Well, Barry Van Peer's got that done and dusted.
60.
You think these players think about winning the group, or do they just want to get through?
I think it's just about getting through, isn't it? Just getting into that semi-finals, and then it literally is. I mean, we will have a scenario, I'm sure, tonight where it will be straight knockout darts. And it will come in the third round of matches.
And there's no real surprise packages about tonight, because like Barry said earlier, most of these guys tonight, in fact, 5 of the 6 have come through Group A. They've spent lots of days together and hours together already.
Yeah, they know each other's game inside out. They know their strengths, they know their weaknesses. And that's where experience of being able to exploit those weaknesses and take advantage of certain scenarios.
89.
Already, Steve West has just about nicked the darts.
He's played in some very big arenas against some of the great players of our lifetime.
60.
He's beaten Phil Taylor at the Grand Prix. He's beaten Van Gerwen in Dortmund at the European Championship. This will not perturb him here tonight.
No, he's not the kind of player that gets
60.
Gets nervous. But he provided the... Well, for me, my highlights from this series
90.
4, the 117.88 from
Steve, you're
Luke
required
in
90.
the final against a wonderful player, as you've already mentioned. And this man here producing our 9-darter in the series only a matter of days ago.
Round the houses for double 5.
Game shot on the first.
Is there anything he can't do?
Steve West.
That's a great shot. Not what he intended, but his section of the crowd approve. He's got his dad here tonight. He's
Second
got
leg,
his
it's
fiancée
Steve to throw
Michelle.
first. Game on.
And that's Team West, who are trying to keep him together until he gets life-changing surgery on that hip of his. It has been painful this week, and he's played
100.
23 games of darts coming into tonight. And the fact that he's still playing well and still smiling just tells you what he's all about.
Yeah, he plays through the
140.
pain barrier. It's perfect. He'd be annoyed not to follow that with dart 2. Puts it right with dart 3.
This looks good as well.
180.
Van Peer is definitely playing with his tail up, that's for sure. The two biggest 180 hitters of the week, West and Robinson.
140.
West's got 44 coming into tonight. Berry has not been playing as well in that department, but my word, what a scoring leg this has been.
Yeah, 32 after 9, if he gets a go. Didn't even think about the treble.
96. Berry required
That would have
32.
been a club to the ribs.
Yeah, that would have most definitely hurt. Double 8, how much of it can he see?
Those darts are very tall.
There you can see, that's the line he can see. He's just confirming he's well behind the Oki line. If you continue to put a line down, most players will actually stand further back.
16.
He was actually towing Steve West's
See, you
graphic
required
there.
25.
That's how precise he was being. But that is a chance missed. Is this a chance taken?
Game shot on the second leg.
That is a leg
Steve West.
that he could have taken in 12, but ultimately takes in 15, and Berry will be hurt by that.
Third leg, it's
It was a
Berry
leg
to throw
that
first.
Berry could have won
Game
in
on.
10, 11 or 12 to break back.
There is a scenario in this game that would see Berry Van Peer safe.
140.
That is, if he wins the game, he's obviously going to be through as the group winner. But if he loses the game by 4 legs to 3 or 4 legs to 2,
137.
he's still safe because of that margin of victory against Jerome Meek.
85.
He'd still be on 2 points and +1. In that scenario, he will progress.
And then if Steve West wins 4 legs to 1,
140.
that's
Bit
Chris
Nico.
Smith. Chris is just starting to chuckle. I had to say it. West wins 4-1. The opportunity of the 9-dart shootout
81.
comes out of the ether.
Yeah, because if then Jerome beats West 4-1, we have a 9-dart shootout.
We've never had one on a Champions Night before.
Nope.
We've had 2 on a Saturday night. The only time it can happen, of course.
57.
But as for a week 13 Saturday night, it has never happened.
He was looking for 9 19s to leave double 12.
41.
Would have
Steve
scored
required
171 as it
167.
is. He's given Westy a real opportunity to make it 3-0. Just drifts.
55.
That's what he was
Berry
talking about
required
at the start of this game
154.
in his interview. When he's having bad scoring visits, he's surrounding that 60 on the wrong side of the wire.
57.
We've not had a
Steve required 112.
10 plus finish yet this evening.
We might get one now. Double top.
Game
Asking
shot
you
on the
shall
third
receive,
leg.
Mr. Mason.
Steve West.
And that is 3 consecutive 15 darts pull. And it's the double break.
West gets the 4-0
Fourth leg,
victory,
it's Steve to throw
then
first.
Barry Van
Game
Peer
on.
is very nervous. He would be on -1 in leg difference with 2 points. He might just have to watch on and see the other two
85.
qualify.
Well, he'd be cheering on Steve West against Jerome Mioch, wouldn't he?
Oh, how the thinking changes in these groups in such a
115.
short space of time.
He'll become foe and then friend very quickly.
$100.
I hate to use the word schizophrenia, but it's almost
99.
of that sort of ilk. Your worst enemy is your opponent right now, but if they beat you, they become your best friend? It doesn't make sense, but that's what we've got here.
140.
I'm more surprised that West hasn't got a maximum yet, especially because he's averaging over 101.
59.
Credit to Barry Van Peer. He's raised his performance level by over 6 points. Currently averaging in excess of 92, but
85.
nowhere near enough at the moment. And Steve West on course for a fourth
180.
consecutive 15
Steve
dart
Urquhart,
leg.
91.
To win the game to 0, he needs 74 more. The problem with that shot there is that
29.
he wasn't prepared
Barry
for
required
going for double
48.
17 because he wasn't going for the treble. By going for the 25, he wasn't mentally prepared for plan B.
I think he was caught in between a little bit. I think he looked at the 51 and then looked back up at the ball. A lovely dart, that. Almost acts as a
Game shot on the
rangefinder.
fourth leg. Barry Van
It
Peer.
is a fourth consecutive 15, but this time it goes in the ledger of Barry Van Peer.
We just don't know at the minute how big that leg
Fifth
could
leg,
be.
it's Barry to throw first. Game on.
But it reopens the box of the 9-dart shootout, if indeed it is needed.
85.
Barry this week, alongside Rhys Robinson, who you will see for the first time in the next match in Group 2, has played the most matches this week, 25 coming into tonight.
100.
So this is match 27 for Barry for the week.
140.
Let's not forget, if Barry Van Peer wins this leg, he's the first person into the semi-finals.
What a time to get
180.
your first max.
Steve has got a lot of fans watching on the Super Series YouTube channel tonight,
140.
and everybody who's tuning in tonight, thank you for your company.
Record numbers on our YouTube channel and on the apps. Thank you very much for your support.
135.
Hope you're enjoying the action
Barry
so
required
far.
136.
You did hit this earlier in the week, Barry. It would have been to punch your ticket to the knockout
96.
stages.
Steve required
Well, this-
86.
Is to do his job. It's the bullseye. It's
Game
through
shots and the match
for Steve West.
Steve West.
In his first game. He still has more work to do to win the group, but that is a huge statement to both Barry Van Peer and to Jerome Mioch. He's not quite there yet, but with a performance like that, he's going to be smiling for a while until he comes back to play Jerome in Game 5. Colin Osborne will take on Rhys Robinson when we come back, and we know what Colin's got to do. It's got to be a win, and it's got to be big.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a performance we have just seen from Steve West, getting his campaign for Champions Night off to the perfect start, a 4-1 victory against Barry Van Peer, and in some style as well. Right, let's return to Group 2. Actually, the last player we're yet to see so far on Champions Night, and that is Reece Robinson. The eccentric sugar from Hull has been enigmatic this week, high scoring, flamboyant finishing. We have seen the lot from Double R this week. He takes on Colin Osborne, who quite simply, after that 4-0 defeat against Luke Litter to kick off his campaign, has to win. Otherwise, he is eliminated from the mix for sure. Right, let's hear from Reece Robinson now. He caught up with Phil Bars before the action got underway.
Reece, here we are, Champions Night at the Super Series. Played some good stuff all week. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Played pretty decent all week, so hopefully carry on tonight.
You enjoying this underdog tag?
Yeah, put a bit of fire in my belly to see me outside Price at the start of the week.
Look, there's so much quality in that room. What's it going to take for any one of you to win this evening?
I think every player in the room can win it tonight. Just depends who finds the right shots at the right times, I think.
During your week here, you found the right things when it really mattered. That final was sensational. Hoping for more of the same?
Yeah, I've keep the good feeling in my mind and then try and do the same tonight.
Look, this would be the biggest win of your career here this evening if you could win it. What would it mean to you?
Yeah, it'd mean a lot. My game's come a long way again because I've dropped off a little bit, and then to win this, it'd just be amazing.
What's got you back in love with the game? Because obviously I'm old. I remember you from back in the day as a youngster coming through. What's rekindled that love?
Well, I'm not actually sure. We've been watching a few people play, and I think I can still do it. Why not have one last go at it? And see how good I am.
And tonight, what would it mean to you to be stood here at 11:30, cheque and trophy in hand?
Oh, a hell of a lot if I won that, yeah.
Reece, all the very best, mate. Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate.
Here we go then. It is game number 4 and the last first look, because we've seen everybody play and now we get our first glance at Reece Robinson, who has been very flamboyant this week. He's got plenty of experience of playing Colin Osborne, but not this week. This is their first meeting this week. And if Osborne does not win this match, it will ensure that everybody in the semi-finals will have come from Group A. But here's the big problem for Osborne. Robinson, in his first game of any campaign of any day this week, he has been sublime.
First leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
For the week, over 5 days, in his first game of every day, he's averaging 99.52, Mace.
Yeah, remarkable. Those averages 90.04, 95.43, 102.64,
81.
104.28, and 105.22. That's his averages in his 5 opening matches on each day.
22.
He hits the stage running.
At least he has this week so far. But I don't want to put a dampener on things, but in chronological order, those averages have been going down day on day. Osborne knows exactly what he needs to do here. He's got to put Robinson to the sword.
100.
We thought that Reece was on target to break the weekly 180 record. He's currently on, what's he on, 52?
51. So
60.
we did a bit of digging last night when he qualified through Group C, and we thought, surely that's close. And then we have a chat with one of our backroom staff, and they say, don't you remember that Luke Littler hit 65 in week 8?
Remarkable. I can't wait to see that record broken.
Absolutely. It will be broken at some point by somebody.
100.
But let's boil it down. Robinson's played 25 games this week and got 51 maximums, so that's more than 2 per game. That's an astonishing effort, as he does get his 50 seconds in the first leg here
I knew
tonight.
I was right, Nick.
You were just preempting it. Double 10 for Osborne.
Game shot
There
the
he is,
first
his
leg.
first leg.
Colin Osborne.
There's a bit of purpose in that dart.
Yep, 15 dart hold.
Second leg, it's Reece to throw
As
first.
you've already mentioned,
Game on.
Nico, it's a must-win game for Colin Osborne.
While we still have the opportunity to say so, because we have microphones in our hands and we love to talk about the improbable and the probable, but in Group 1, there is a possibility of a 9-dart shootout if Jerome Mioch was to beat Steve West 4-1. If Osborne beats Robinson 4-0, we'd have a possibility of a 9-dart shootout in this group as well. I think Osborne beating Robinson 4-0 would be a huge upset.
180.
The price before the off, Paul, was 10 to 11. Colin
91.
Osborne, 4 to 5. Reece Robinson. So they've got that terribly wrong. When you look at the numbers going into this match, you would have thought it wouldn't even be close.
160.
Colin is
Reece
playing in this game like he
170.
knows how Reece plays in his first game of a day. Just misses out. It's one of the only things
100.
missing from this week.
Colin, you require
Yeah, it's the only
65.
box that's not been ticked.
Big time double top coming in.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
second
a 2-0
leg.
lead in 11
Colin
darts.
Osborne.
This is some performance. This is a Reece Robinson-esque performance.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
He's averaging 104.12, Robinson. He's yet to get a double.
What is Colin Osborne up to here? He hasn't played anywhere
95.
near this good this week.
Well, there's a lot more rhythm to it. And that was a conversation we had with him last night, walking back to the house. that
140.
he felt like he was just being a little bit too deliberate and far too measured.
Now, this technique has been cultivated
76.
over a long period of time. He doesn't throw like he used to. And he's one of those players who is not playing for his biggest check in his career so far. Because when he won the Championship League of Darts around 15 years ago, he banked over £25,000 for that.
100.
He got £20,000 actually for getting to the UK Open final in 2009. There's a real hush around this place because everybody is wondering who's going to be in the semi-finals at 10 o'clock.
The problem for Reece Robinson is
90.
if he does
Reach
get
to require
defeated in this tie,
164.
he will have to beat certain Luke Littler.
$89.
Then again, if Luke Littler
Colin,
is
you
through
require
before the end of that
140.
match, he might go into experimental mode, which, let's face it, on a night like tonight, he shouldn't do that. That was very close. He thought it might have snuck in the corner. He's going to leave tops. And Robinson
100.
must hit this.
Reach to
Averaging
require
in excess of
75.
107 here, Colin Osborne. 18 in tops. He's only going to get one dart. Got to go.
35.
Osborne comes back.
Colin, you require 40.
He's 2 from 3 at doubles in this contest.
He'd love to be 3 from 4.
Game shot.
And
the
he is 3
third
from
leg.
4.
Colin Osborne.
Well, credit to Colin. Both myself and Paul were a little bit
Fourth leg, it's
concerned
reached
about
the
his
throw
form,
first.
but he was
Game on.
adamant that, listen, all on the night, I can turn it on. I know how well I'm playing.
Never question a wizard. They've always got something in the spell book.
Always
58.
got something up their sleeve.
I think there's going to be a lot of people cheering Colin on tonight from
45.
their smart TVs and their smart devices. He's got a lot of friends in this sport.
Yeah, very likeable guy. Don't know anybody that doesn't like him. Very much of
140.
the Steve Beaton mould.
Indeed. Different parts of the UK are cheering different players tonight. Middlesbrough, and I'm sure a little bit of Derbyshire as well for Osborne, because that's where he lives. Steve West, the London area, Essex and Hertfordshire. That's where he's from.
139.
Bruce Robinson from Humberside. And everybody in the northwest of England, I'm sure, is going for Luke Littler tonight to defend his title.
81. Reach to require 164.
He's going to get his first leg. I think it's important that he does.
121.
The longer you go without a leg, you start thinking, when am I going to get one?
And we've seen it from players who've had incredible weeks.
180. Reach to require 43.
Finals.
Double top. He must hit tens. That miss
23.
could be really big for Osborne's chances
of
getting through this group. These could be his final darts of Group 2. Oh, Colin.
What a let-off that could be for Reece Robinson, who comes back
35.
for the double that Colin is
Reach
left.
to require 20.
That would have been Osborne's best performance of the week by an absolute mile. Is
10.
it still? He's left bereft. And
Colin, you
Osborne
require 20.
has dodged bullets. Even with those misses in the previous visit, he's still 60% on doubles. And he still wins by 4 legs to 0.
Colin
We have a
Osborne.
9-dart shootout possibility in both groups. in games 5 and 6 in our qualification groups here tonight. We have got a lot to talk about, but that 103.66 average, that tells you that Osborne is here to win. He'll have to wait to see if it's enough, but it might just be because Robertson's got to play Littler in game 6. When we come back, it's the conclusion of Group 1.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 4 games down here at Champions Night. Chris Mason is alongside me here up here on the balcony. The crowd have got into it, and they got into it because we've seen some fantastic games.
Yeah, and some big shocks, some results that we didn't expect to see happen. But the players have stepped up to the plate tonight.
Well, these are the results from the games that we have seen so far. Barry Van Peer and Steve West, both 4-1 victors in Group 1. Luke Little and Colin Osborne, both 4-0 victors in Group 2, which means 2 9-dart shootouts are still on, incredibly.
Yeah, the potential is there. I mean, that was a big shock for Barry Van Peer, who, by his own admission, has really struggled throughout the course of the night, the week so far. Fabulous performance. Steve West, we fancied that from him, but the big one for me, Colin Osborne against Reece Robinson, was just remarkable.
Well, let's go through the night chronologically then. Jerome Mioch up against Barry Van Peer was our first game of the evening. Barry Van Peer winning by 4 legs to 1. And, well, Jerome just, I don't know, the pressure maybe got to him a little bit there?
Yeah, I mean, we'd suggested that, you know, maybe he had come of age this week, because his averages over the last 12 months coming into this was just around about 80, and in qualifying for tonight over the course of 3 days averaged over 90 in its entirety, and maybe tonight has just come a little bit too early, and maybe he's running on empty.
Most certainly that. Right, then in Group 2, Luke Little getting off to the perfect start against Collins for winning 4-0, and he looked very comfortable. So he looks at home when he plays in front of a crowd on a Saturday. Yeah,
and I've said it before, when it really comes down to the big moments, he seems to be able to flick a switch and find another level. Yeah, we've seen some big averages from him throughout the week, but he almost seemed to be in cruise control. But tonight, all business, really switched on, really looking focused, and looks the man to beat alongside Colin Osborne and Steve West so far.
Well, Steve West came out of the traps flying. We expected something big from him tonight, and that opening performance was demonstrative of that.
Yeah, absolutely rock solid. Even when Barry Van Peer took a leg, the response was the best leg of the match, a 12-darter. His 4 winning legs in that match with 3 15s and a 12.
And then Colin Osborne beating Reece Robinson 4-0. Reece is in absolute peril now.
Yeah, and myself and Paul picked up on the fact very early that in his opening matches this week, well, Paul added them up, they were 99-52 across the board in his opening matches on 5 days. That was a disaster from him, but credit to Colin Osborne, that's his best performance of the week so far.
Well, let's hear from him now. He's downstairs talking to Phil.
Colin, what a night it's been so far, a roller coaster of emotions. Right now, you don't know your fate. How are you feeling?
Obviously after the first game, fella got beat 4-0, and it's like, oh, you know, and you feel downhearted. But I've played in this situation a long time, and I reverted back earlier on. I got beat one time down Southampton. I got beat 4-0 first game by young Joe Davis, and then I won my next game, and the results weren't there, you know, the last game. So no, it's like you say, it's all up in the air. What will be, will be. You
must be pleased in that second game that you had the gears to go through when you really needed them.
Oh, 100%. Phil, like you said, I've been playing well. I'm practicing well. You know, I'm in a good state of mind, and it's just nice. I mean, the last couple of days, I've said it more than once. You know, I've been a bit fortunate to beat tonight because I've probably played 50, 60, 70%. But it's nice to go up there when I needed to win to keep me, you know, keep me foot in the door, kind of thing.
What's the next 5-10 minutes going to be like for you? How do you prep? Do you just keep the arm loose and one eye on the screen?
Yeah, like I mean, it's the thing is now the fate's out of my hands. You know, I'll go in there, I'll have a chuck on the board, keep loose, you know, and what will be, will be.
Do you believe in fate sometimes when your name's on the pot, it's on the pot with things like this?
100% believer, 100%. You know, and things, sometimes things are meant to be. But we'll see.
Pleasure, mate, as always, and wish you all the very best.
Good man.
So Colin Osborne there, 4-0 victor against Reece Robinson. Our focus goes back to Group 1 now. Steve West against Jerome Mioch. Jerome Mioch has to win 4-1 to take to a 9-dart shootout, 4-0 to go through, and up against Steve West, who looked so good in that opening game.
Yeah, he was sublime, and Jerome's going to have to pick himself off the floor after that opening match 4-1 defeat, and it was a heavy defeat by Barry Van Peer. How much he's got left in the locker, and we've seen it before, players who've won Group A struggle to really find some form because they're coming in cold against everybody else that has been right in the depth of the action.
Well, let's see what happens here. Jerome Mioch up against Steve West, our 5th game of the evening. Chris Mason's going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much once again. And here we go, the conclusion of the qualifying stages for the semi-finals here in Champions Week in Series 4. We have two players in real peril. One of them is Jeroen Mioch, the winner of Group A last week and this week. He's had a really good record here the last couple of weeks. He's used to success, but if he's going to dig his way out of this little hole that he finds himself in now, he's going to need to have a very big spade. He's up against an opponent in Steve West who put in a superb performance in match 3 against Barry Van Peer. 101.79 the average for West. 4 out of 7 on his doubles. There was a risk for a very short period of time.
First Steve to throw first. Game on.
That would be the best performance in these group stages here on Saturday night. It didn't last long because Osborne's just popped the 103 and a bit. So here it is. The last game of Group 1.
60.
And if Jeroen Mioch gives up 2 legs to Steve West, it's bye-bye.
And he will be concerned by that performance from him. He averaged exactly 78, and well, that's just not going to cut it on any Saturday night.
43.
Never mind Champions Week.
We've just heard from Colin Osborne. He now has to stand or even sit and wait.
85.
Barry Van Peer's in the same position. How's he feeling right now? Because he really does want Steve West to get those 2 legs.
Yeah.
81.
Obviously, he'll be just hopeful. I'm not sure how much attention he will pay to this match.
42.
It is what it is, isn't it? He has no control. So when you can't control anything, I suppose there's no point wasting energy on it.
Absolutely right.
120.
120 floor there for Steve West. Well, Mioch in his first game
60.
Didn't get out of the blocks and couldn't catch Barry Van Peer when he started to play properly. Only got 5 darts at a double and hit 1 of them. Just wonder
59.
if he has got the experience in his locker to bounce back. If he's able to do that at this stage of his career, that will impress me.
135. Steve Uruguay, 138.
Remember, the semi-finals and finals will not be before 10 p.m. when we join our friends at Sporty Stuff TV, as
86.
always.
Jerome Uruguay, 119.
Really do hope you've enjoyed the action so far. In fast and furious.
47. Steve Uruguay, 52.
Single 12. Every day of the week. I would say twice on Sundays, but he's not playing tomorrow.
Game shot on the first
You've been needing a day off.
Steve West.
He will enjoy that day off as well, no matter what happens.
Second
But
leg,
that
it's
first
Jerome
leg
to throw
to
first.
simply Steve West means that Mioch now can only get a 9-dart shootout. He has to win 4 straight
60.
legs to give us one of 2 possible 9-dart shootouts. Now, I said in my own mind that Osborne was not going to beat Robinson 4-0. I'm not going to say that Jerome can't get the next 4 legs.
There was nothing to suggest that that kind of result was possible, though, Paul. There's just nothing in there that made me feel like this week Colin Osborne had a 103.66 in the locker.
Yep, completely, because you could...
That's 21, was that 21 points over his running average.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I've done a quick calculation
41
in between the last game and this one, and his range between game 1 and game 2 was 28.33. That's ridiculous.
140.
Jerome is staring down the abyss now. West looks relentless. He's
97.
playing like someone who
Steve
demands
Uruguay,
to win Group 1.
121.
Like a guy who wants to pick up that £20,000 cheque at around about 20 past 11 this evening.
81.
I was having a chat with his partner, Michelle, a little bit earlier on tonight. He has said on a couple of occasions this week how winning this money would take the pressure off while he's recovering from surgery.
Game
but he can't think about the money.
Steve West.
He's thinking about being in the semi-finals. Jeroen Mioch is now out. And he knows it.
Yeah, Steve West.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Barry Van Peer with him into the semi-finals.
No 9-dart shootout in this group.
Winner of the group plays the runner-up of
81.
Group 2. And the runner-up of Group 1 plays the winner of Group 2.
What I can confirm to you as well now
96.
is that Barry Van Peer will finish second in this group. Steve West wins the group already because of leg difference.
60.
He will take part in the first semi-final and will take on the runner-up of the other group.
Which we are none the wiser about, because there is a potential. Well, we've seen shocks and surprises tonight. Reece Robinson would have to pull off a bigger shock than Colin Osborne beating Reece Robinson 4-0 by beating Luke Littler 4-0.
46.
Maximums tonight for Steve West haven't been as easy to come by.
100.
Saving him, isn't he?
It's easy for us to say that, but you're really not, are you, as a dart player? You want to hit them all the time anyway. You can say that someone 59. On the tee is maybe holding 10 or 15 yards back, but Steve West is not holding back trying to get these maximums. He wants to pummel his opponent.
He hits tops.
100.
Would have been 3-0.
Jerome, you require 160.
It's on. Playing for pride.
120.
I have been super impressed with him
Steve, you
over the
require
past
20.
2 weeks, Paul.
Yeah, me too. I think he's definitely one for the future.
Game shot on the third leg.
But it is the
Steve
future we have
West.
to look to when it comes to Jerome, because his participation here on Saturday night might just include
Fourth
one
leg,
more
it's
leg.
Jerome to throw
And
first.
He's a very straightforward fella. I think he will take
60.
all the experience back with him to the Netherlands and hopefully take his game on even further.
Let me put this week for Jerome into some
43.
sort of context. He lost to Berry tonight for the very first time this week. That was a catastrophic
57.
start. But if he's to take one thing back to the Netherlands to tell people why it went wrong, it's this guy. Because if West beats him here
45.
in the second game of Group 1, West will have beaten him 4 times this week.
Remember, Jerome is
59.
a guy that has defeated Luke Littler 4-2 on every day of Group A.
And that has got to be psychologically a good thing for Luke. Because he knows that if he makes the semis in the final, he's not going to run into this guy.
60.
That's like somebody taking Wes Newton out of a tournament for me. Who was your bogey player? Was it Kevin Painter?
63.
Well, I had a few. Yeah, I've got some incredible records against
57.
some amazing
Steve, you
players.
require
and
170.
a fairly poor record against players that I felt like I should have beaten, but there you go.
It's all coming
105.
together. It's a really good performance. Or should I say, because every game is going to be slightly
58.
different.
Steve, you
He's
require
playing well
65.
enough against everybody he plays. Double top.
Game
And he wins the group in style.
And the match.
4 legs to 0, and a disconsolate Jeroen Mioch knows that he's leaving. He gives the group winner a hug, and we will remember the name Jeroen Mioch. We will see him, I'm sure, in Series 5. But as far as this night is concerned, it just didn't happen for him. West averaging 17 darts per leg, and 67% on the doubles. It was very effective, and he wins the group with 2 wins from 2. Now what's going to happen in Group 2? You'll have to stay with us to find out.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Group 1 is complete here at Champions Night. We'll be getting the thoughts and reflections of the asset, Paul Nicholson, in just a second. But let's hear from our two qualifiers now, beginning with Barry Van Peer. He's downstairs, chatting with Phil Barts.
Barry, congratulations. You're into the semi-finals, but it was a nervous wait there watching.
I just sat down and just waited for Steve to handle it for me, actually. I knew if Jeroen would win 4-1, we'd have a shootout, which I don't remember happening in a very few months as we played. But I was like, if Steve does his job, I'm happy. And if it doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen. But I'm happy to be in the semis again, and we'll see from there.
It was a strange group campaign for you. 1 win, 1 loss, but you played better in the game that you lost than the one you won.
Yeah, actually, when I won the week, I remember losing to Fell in the first game with a good game. And the next game, I was decent, but I won that one, and I was true. What I didn't think it was true. I have the same feeling today. But I'm improving all week, and I've actually said it before we even started that I was improving this week. And the game with Steve was it was crazy, I feel. Missed a few doubles there, but yeah, I'm happy how I'm playing, improving, and maybe 2 more games. Who knows?
You've done the hard part and got out of the group. How does the mindset now change into knockout darts?
Normally, I'm really good at preparing for 1 game at a time. So I'm just gonna see literally 1 game at a time. I'm gonna prepare for my semi-final. If I win, I'll have probably a short time to prepare for the final. But you know, you're in a good rhythm and you're playing well, or else you wouldn't make it. And I'm just gonna feel relaxed. Know I'm playing okay or well, actually, and we'll just see.
You touched on it. You're getting better and better as the week's gone on. Now going into that semi-final, where do you think your game is?
Well, if it's the same as against Steve, I think my scoring has been good. Maybe sometimes a bad score, but everyone has those. But if I feel like against Steve, I think I can maybe make it to the final. Depends, of course, how the opponent plays. And if you hit your doubles, then you win, obviously. But I'm feeling okay. I'm confident after a few days of struggles and like a roller coaster week, kind of. So yeah, we'll see. Hopefully good.
Don't want to look too far ahead, but if you were to face Steve in the final, is it extra motivation because he's already beat you once tonight?
I actually told him, like, if we play the final, we'll just make it a great game, and whoever wins is I'll even if I lose to him in the final, I would appreciate his good game, and if it's a good game, and it's a good game. If I win, I'll be very happy. But if I lose, we have a good game already. If we can repeat it, it will be nice, right, for everyone here and everyone watching. So we'll see.
Barry, thank you very much, and we'll let you go and get ready.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Barry Van Peer talking about just trying to keep the rhythm going, and how difficult can it be on a night like tonight, because you're going to have so many highs, so many lows in terms of how the adrenaline levels are going to go.
Not just that, Henry, but what you're going to have are highs and lows in very short periods of time as well. What they've done this week in groups A and C, or B, in the case of Barry Van Peer with A and C, is he's had to show patience. Tonight, this is where flamboyance can actually come to the fore. but he's had to be patient to just get the amount of legs that he needed to get through. He's had a helping hand from Steve West, but now he's got to look at him in a different way. He's got to be a 4, and he'll be hoping to take him on in the final.
As it says, Steve West joining Bay Van Peer in the Final Four, and he's also downstairs with Phil. We'll hear from him in just a second, but he has been the one tonight that has given us that rip-roaring performance over a couple of games. Does he look like the man to beat tonight?
It's easy for us to say that at this stage, but he's done his job, not to quote Roy Keane, but the fact of the matter is all of the experience that Steve has had in his career, it has been used tonight. There's no price for experience. Osborne has used it in one of his games. West has used it in both. But now he's got to be really good in the knockout scenario to get his hands on that thing right there next to us. But as far as that qualification job is concerned, it was magnificent from West.
Let's hear from Steve now. He's downstairs with Phil.
Steve, congratulations. You're looking at some stats and some numbers there. You must be delighted with your campaign so far.
I'm happy with results. Don't know what the stats and numbers are because I don't really pay attention to them, but just get the win and move on.
2 from 2. Sent out a bit of a message to the rest of the practice room?
Yeah, listen, there's one guy in the room. We all know that everyone has got a target and it's aimed at him. And listen, if it comes to the end of the night when I'm playing him in the final, and I'm going to want to beat him, and I want to beat anyone but him, mainly, because that's the guy that's been bigged up, and that's my aim.
It's really stoked that passion and firing up you in it, because that tour card debate and everyone was going on about it. Glint in your eye again.
Ah, see, you were one of them, yeah. And I messaged you privately. I remember doing it. Who's the best player without a tour card? Yeah, I'm messaging you, Phil. You're on the comms. I'm one of them. Put me in that mix because I am. There's no question of it. I don't know how anyone can question that.
We see the Steve West fan club and army in here. How nice is it to look round when you're playing and them cheering you on?
I looked round a couple of times, couldn't see him. No, I'm joking. It's brilliant to have them back up, mate. Like a couple of them guys, they live in Leon Solent, and you know they're my family, and they mean the world to me. And it's nice to have that, you know, just push you up a little bit. Do you know what I mean? It's nice. It's really nice.
And for you in these groups, how important was it not just to get through, but to top the group and have advantage in the semi-final as well?
Yeah, I don't even think about that, Phil. I really don't. I just go there, win the game, move on to the next one, win that game, and you guys will do all that mathematics and all that stuff. I don't care. I just won. If I won 2 games, I'm through. It's all right. It's cool.
Steve, we're getting ready for the semi-finals. Thank you very much, mate.
Excellent. Thank you, Phil.
I think the words fired up is a bit of an understatement with Steve West tonight, isn't it?
I think he looks really happy, looks really relaxed at the same time as well, doesn't he? And it's great to see. I've known Steve a long time. He's been through the trials and tribulations of the PDC Tour, but I think what he's found in 2023 is a home here and the ability to play the game that he loves on a stage that he enjoys. And I think tonight he's going to be very hard to beat, but seems like he's in a very good mood, and that mood might even improve.
I feel sorry for poor Phil, if I be perfectly honest with you. Right, last game of the group sees Reece Robinson in action up against Luke Littler, and Reece Robinson's in that perilous position where he has to win 4-0 just to ensure a 9-dart shootout.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because even if he wins 4-0, he's not even through yet. It's a strange thing, but I think there's a part of Reece that will think, you know, this might be too much to do. But he has played Luke this week. He has had a little bit of success in small moments, but now everything's got to come together. And in a funny sort of way, Osborne winning 4-0 in his previous match might just be the inspiration he needs to say, do you know what, I can do this.
As for Luke Littler, now, the last time he was here at Champions Week, when he knew he was through to the knockout stages, we saw him do some ridiculous things. Now, if he gets that leg tonight, are we expecting the flashiness of the Bull 11 balls and things like that to get this crowd, to hear in big numbers, riled up?
I don't think we should. I've spoken to a lot of my friends who do my job within the darting community. They don't believe that using the other darts last night was prudent. I think what he needs to be tonight is 100% pro. He's only 16. I know he wants to tinker. He's not through yet. He's got to get that leg. He'll want to win both games like Steve West has done in the previous group. Remain professional tonight. leave the experimentation and the flamboyance for another time?
Well, we are looking forward to this one. It is going to be flamboyant, it's going to be quick, and it's going to be good. Rhys Robinson up against Luke Littler is going to round off our pool stage action here at Champions Night, and Paul Nicholls is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Chris Mason. Hello, Chris.
Evening, Henry. I thought you were talking about me at the end there a little bit. But yeah, I think Luke will be aware of what he needs to do, but I think he will also be aware of what Steve West has produced tonight. Steve West has dropped just the one leg in qualification, and knowing what I do of Luke, he'll be thinking to himself, right, I tell you what, I don't want to drop a leg at all. If he wins just the one leg, he is through and takes Colin Osborne with him. The only other scenario, of course, is if Rhys somehow manages to win 4-0 himself, and then we will have
first leg. It's Rhys to throw
shootout,
first. Game on.
where all three players will have 3 turns at the board. The 2 with the top score will go through to the semi-finals.
100.
How do you think Rhys is feeling, Mace, about the pressure of having to beat Luke Littler just to get in a shootout?
Well, first and foremost, Paul, I think he'd be absolutely devastated to get beat 4-0 by Colin Osborne, and he's just got to try and...
100.
Easier said than done, as we know. You've just got to try and switch off to that and try and make something happen, but if it was against anybody else, maybe Luke and Steve, and obviously Colin, you maybe think it was
43.
possible from what we'd seen this week. But the surprise package of this week walked into the surprise
94.
package of the evening. Let's not forget, Colin Osborne was drubbed 4-0 by Luke Littler, and his response was his best average
Luke
of the week in a 4-0 win over Rhys.
170.
He's not far away from qualification. He's one dart away. And that was it. We've got our first man checkout of the week, and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout punch to sugar Rhys Robinson.
Second leg, it's
that means that Littler goes through with Colin Osborne, and Robinson now, all he can do is smile, because he might be on the end of a real shellacking here, the mood that Littler's in.
That was remarkable. The fact that he just tried to get the crowd involved and then casually slams it in the cherry.
He's had so many ton plus finishes this week, has Rhys
99.
Robinson. I know he's not going through to the semis, but entertainment, absolutely. He's given us so much
59.
of it. Oh, he's been box office this week. No question at all. So it will be Steve West
51.
playing Colin Osborne and Barry Van Peer playing Luke Littler.
$100.
So we do have somebody who didn't play in Group A through to the semi-finals. And the dream for Osborne
42.
to be a Super Series champion on top of all of those weekly titles that he's picked up over the last 2.5 years. The dream is still alive.
He will become the most successful Super
42.
Series player.
Luke to require 170.
Ever, ever.
Forever, ever? It was too much to ask for 2
Rhys
in a row.
require 160.
Don't be shocked if this... Oh, bull, bull.
Oh, and now we're going into flamboyant mode, are we? You're going to try and outdo each other.
111.
He's already done this week with Bull 11 Bull. But he did have different darts.
71.
Yeah, he had his dad's darts.
Rhys require 50.
Just for giggles.
Double 4.
Game
and Rhys
shot on the
Robinson
second
gets his
leg.
first leg of the night.
Rhys Robinson.
And that first leg is a breaker throw in 17.
Third leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
There was a market move before the off, well, before the off this evening, before the action got underway. Luke was 4-7 and Reese was 5-4. And just before this game got underway, there was some movement in the markets because
190.
Reese drifted. Luke went to 4-9.
Where does Reese Robinson go from here? Because he hasn't played a lot of Challenge Tour.
62.
The secondary system in the PDC. In fact, most of his Challenge Tour activity was straight after Q School in January. Only played 3
140.
games since then. Does he go to Challenge Tour in different tournaments with a different level of confidence now?
I think so, and it was interesting that in the interview
59.
he did a little earlier where he mentioned that he was watching everybody else play and he said to himself, well, I can do that. And I want to give it another go
100.
and be 100% committed. And if this is what we're seeing already, he could have a very fruitful end to the year and maybe go to Q School in January with a completely different attitude. Well, you've got to remember, all the players watch this, they'll be fully aware of, oh, hello, Tops. They'll be fully aware of what he's capable of.
Game
He is bringing these fans to their feet. They've both got 100% on doubles in this match so far.
First. Game on.
But as far as Littler's concerned, he's had a 170 and a 142.
Yeah, 2 12 darters.
That 142
59.
interrupted something that I wanted to say to Reese, in fact, because if he watches this back, I've got a message for you, Reese. You did watch other players. You said, I can
91.
do that. I can be better than that. Yes, you can. I look forward to seeing you back here.
92.
But are we seeing something from Littler again on Saturday night? It's proof that when it really matters, you said the flicking of the switch.
85.
That's something that elite players must have.
Yep, and he has it. And he's bringing a new audience. The last time he played in Champions Week, we were at capacity, as we are this evening, and the demographic changes when he's involved.
56.
He's got a lot of young fans, and a lot of them are players.
I was up on the balcony just now, and there were a few people somewhat semi-chanting something.
135.
I think he's on the cusp of getting his own little chant. They were singing, the nuke, the nuke, the nuke is on fire. It's good.
59.
I like it. It will catch on.
Well, you're good, Luke, but you can't take out 159, mate. Sorry.
How funny would it have been?
93.
Now, what did he do with the last start? He went for treble 13. Had he hit 2 treble 20s, if he wanted to be full Dave Pallet, he would have gone for treble 13.
140. Luke requires 66.
Ball, double 8. Ooh.
46.
Now he's missed a double.
Risha requires 70.
Double 14.
Mensa.
42.
Not too clever.
Luke required 20.
Favourite double.
Game shot on the fourth.
No wonder he hit it with one dart.
Littler.
He's been so good at it all week. In fact, at one point, he liked it so much that when he had 36, he
Fifth
went
leg, it's
16
Reese
for
to throw
double 10.
first. Game on.
Yeah, lost the leg in the match. Not sure he'll do that again.
I've never known anybody dislike double 18 before.
82.
Apart from James Wade. Because he missed it to win a semi-final of a World Championship and didn't get another match start.
And Barry Van Peer this week.
That's
96.
true. If Littler wins tonight, he might even be able to afford another pair of those fancy shoes
41.
he wears.
His prize money just from
96.
the Super Series will be approaching £60,000.
And we have to say to you as well, because
100.
he's only come here for the first time this year. He hasn't lost. Can I put it any simpler?
99.
And poor Gary Plummer, who owns Target, he gets a a win bonus every time he wins any tournament.
92.
He might be renegotiating that contract.
I have to get the checkbook out, Gary. Again. But our semi-finals, my word, they promise.
40.
Look at that, Paul.
Oh, he's left it again. He wants to bookend the game.
He didn't even attempt to go for a treble 20.
140.
A bookend
Luke
game
Mackay,
is finishing with the same
170.
finish that you got in the first leg. No such joy and boos from the crowd.
59. Reach to require 46.
Double top.
Game shot on the fifth
Not going to get a
leg.
shot at 111
Reece
this time, is
Robinson.
Littler.
We know which way it'd have been going.
Sixth
One
leg,
thing I
it's
will
Luke
say,
to throw
Mace,
first.
just come down
Game
from the
on.
balcony and you've been there as well. What a fabulous atmosphere here tonight. Lots of people in there having fun. I know it's Champions Night and it's extra
93.
special, but this is a great place to come and watch darts and hang out with some friends.
Yeah, and like-minded people. They're giving the players the best of order and really enjoying
100.
being up close and personal with the action. All the players mulling around as well. Lots of opportunities.
Oh, this is a darting county. Hampshire is a heavyweight darting county.
135.
Home of the likes of Simon Whitlock.
Home of the King of Cosham, who won an ADC event this afternoon in Andy Jenkins.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Congratulations,
80.
Andy.
Oh, cancel that. Someone told me he won it. He lost in the final.
Oops. Sorry, Andy.
133.
Yeah, because we actually host the ADC events in this venue, don't we?
We do.
60.
Well, there are
Luke
plenty of ways you can get this.
140.
Pick your route.
Tops ball.
60.
I would have preferred ball tops ball. I would have taken it.
What's he going to do on 80 then? Because I've already seen 3 double tops from Robinson this week for 120.
I can assure you if he was on 120, he would have tried to emulate
100. Luke to require 80.
For the win. It's
that. Oh,
all
the flatty.
He's all very
Game,
flat.
shot,
But
and
that feels
match.
very bumpy
Luke Littler.
because Luke Littler wins Group 2 and he's going to be taking part in semi-final number 2 against Berry Van Peer. It's bye-bye for now to Sugar Reece Robinson. He only gets 2 legs on the night, but it wasn't strong enough to get through his group, and ultimately that 4-0 loss to Osborne hurt him too much. We'll take a short break, but when we come back, it's the build-up to the semi-finals.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Luke Littler is doing Luke Littler things once again at Champions Night. He is exhilarating, he is exciting, and he's playing some destructive stuff. Paul Nicholson alongside me up here on the balcony. We said before the game got underway that he may get into beast mode and do something a little bit extravagant. He did exactly that.
Yeah, he did it at the start, but then he relaxed and he just went through the motions. But you can tell that there's more to give, and that's scary. But talk about knockout punches. This kid can punch, because when you're talking about knocking somebody out of a tournament, is there any better way to do it than the way he did it?
And have a listen to this. This is the atmosphere when Luke Littler hit a 170 to knock Rhys Robinson out.
He's not far away from qualification. He's one dart away. And that was it. We've got our first 170 checkout of the week, and it comes on finals night. And it's
Quite simply put, Paul Nicholson, it was limbs at the Live Lounge.
Yeah, it was brilliant. What a great shot. And I think his ability to orchestrate at the age of 16, well, it just goes to show how comfortable he is with an atmosphere like this. And people here in Portsmouth just love to watch him play darts. That's why this place is packed out. Every time he comes here, we see more bodies, more people tuning into the QR code to want to come here, more people watching on YouTube. He is box office. It's proven.
And the best bit with the 170 was he wasn't even done there, because a couple of legs later, he'd take out the 142, and once again, he'd get the crowd riled up.
Best thing about this one here is not that. It's actually not the double. But look at the second dart. The ability to find the gap between that first dart and the 51 wire, that takes a real genius to be able to do that. You're talking about the scorers like Anderson, like Chisnell, like Ross Smith in the game at the minute. To magnetise those points together is a genius skill, and he's got it.
Well, we've been talking a lot about Luke. Let's hear from him now. He's downstairs with Phil.
Luke, congratulations. Perfect in the group stages, and wow, what a performance you put on. How much did you enjoy that?
I was going into the game with Rhys. Just needed one leg. That's all I needed, and obviously the first leg I took out at 170 and got the crowd going on the bull.
Not just that, the fact you stopped, got them involved, and then the celebrations afterwards. How much did you feed off of that?
Just a 170 checkout. Obviously, I got the crowd off. Obviously, I've got the crowd on my side for the semi-finals, but it's just about giving them a bit of fun whilst I'm through.
We spoke to you earlier in the week, and you said you weren't particularly happy with the way Group A went, but you've grown into this week, and right now you're doing things that no one else in the group is doing.
Yeah, I've played all week, and I probably won the practice. I would have practiced a little bit on the Friday and Saturday if I did top Group A, but playing through the full week, it's still got my arm going. And obviously, when I do practice, I don't practice for long. I just settle into it and then go on stage.
Now we go into the semi-finals. How does your mindset change from group darts to knockout darts?
It's better. Knockout darts is obviously more crucial than group darts, because if you got to get out your group to get to knockout darts, and I've got to perform better. Obviously, I know Berry. That's what I've got, Berry. Yeah. And he can throw well. He's obviously got through. Massive upset for Jerome this tonight, and I've just got to focus on my game with Berry.
The fact that you're the only player to have won a Champions Week in that four-man lineup, does that give you the edge?
Well, obviously the bookies, they top me at favourite every day, every Champions Week, but it doesn't give me any nerves. If I'm the favourite, I've got to prove it. And I've proved it so far, and now I'm into the semi-final for the second time.
Luke, congratulations. I'll let you go and get ready.
Thank you.
Luke saying there, and he was asked by Phil about how the mindset changes from the group stage to the knockout darts on the Saturday night. But if you actually look at his record here at the Super Series, he plays his best stuff after 10 o'clock on a Saturday.
I can't say I'm surprised. You think about the experience that he's got for a 16-year-old boy, and people aren't going soft on him. In fact, they're probably trying harder against him. And his ability to come here and win every time he plays in a knockout scenario is amazing. It's because this is such a great hockey to play on. He thrives under the lights. I think we are looking at a darting star. What he does over the next few years will be very interesting, but for now, which is the most important thing, he's more comfortable in this scenario than anybody.
Well, Paul Nicholson with his thoughts up here on the balcony, but you and Chris Mason, you're like one of the great double acts. We've got Penn and Teller, we've got Anton Deck, we've got Nico and Mason. We're going to get his thoughts down on the balcony now, and he's talking to Phil Bars.
Chris, group stages are over here at Champions Week, and wow, what an explosive 2 groups we've just seen.
Yeah, you'd have done well to predict the outcome of some of the matches tonight, but yeah, he's special, isn't he? Judd Trump sort of created naughty snooker. He's created naughty darts. Some of that finishing there was just off on another planet.
Yeah, look, the 170, the 142, but it's the fact he stops, gets the crowd involved, and still has that composure to hit big targets.
Yeah, and it's something he likes to do. It's not done in a disrespectful way. He just likes to entertain. And listen, when you can hit the shots and play to the gallery and still do the business, why not?
We've got 4 in the semi-finals, but 2 names have really stood out. Steve West and Luke Littler. Are they on collision course?
Yeah, I think if you looked over the course of the week, there's a definite argument that they're the 2 best players across the week. I thought Rhys Robinson has been outstanding, and I hope he takes the positives from this week and moves forward. It's great to see Barry Van Peer play well tonight, because it has been a tough week for him, and he's got a couple of big weeks ahead of him. He's top of the Challenge Tour. He wants to continue that vein of form he's had there, because, of course, a tour card's up for grabs.
Yeah, and just looking at it, we as pundits have really fired Steve West up with that debate around the tour card. Look, we've got no data to look at with him. We know he can play, but that's really fired something up.
Yeah, I think he may have got the wrong end of the stick. We're looking at potential tour card holders. He can't get one because he doesn't play on the tour. He didn't go to Q School this year. It's not that we don't think he's an unbelievable player. You'd have to not watch darts to realise he is a wonderful dart player, and has been for the last couple of decades. But when it comes down to our conversation about who's the best players without a tour card, it's the ones that potentially can get one, and he can. And at the moment, we're talking about your Wesley Plaisiers, your Barry Van Peers, your Andy Bartons, and those type of guys, because they don't have tour cards but are knocking on the door of getting one. But yeah, in regards of, without doubt, he's proved that this week. He's hit some staggering numbers here at the Super Series, but this is where he's applying his trade right now. Hopefully, the operation is a massive success for him. I don't think he'd go to Q School in January. I think he'll have another year of really getting his game up to where it is right now. It's a bit of a shame, really, but he's endured that problem throughout his career, because if Q School was in January and he was fit and healthy, you pretty much have your last £10 on him getting a card.
We're 3 games from destiny. One of these will walk away with £20,000 and the title. Has Champions Week lived up to everything you'd hoped for so far?
Yeah, we try and sort of give it the hype that the players deserve. They graft so hard to get their spot in Champions Week, and ultimately there's only one winner after 13 weeks of play, and we've got 4 fabulous players who, represent the Super Series very, very well, and we're watching a superstar grow in front of our very eyes, and yeah, it's going to be exciting semi-final and final.
Mason, can't wait, mate. Thank you very much.
Cheers, pal.
So we're looking forward to the semi-finals. 4 players left. We'll discuss that more when we join our friends at Sporty Stuff TV at 10. But just a quick word before we leave you here on YouTube temporarily about this crowd, because it's packed to the rafters here tonight. They created a real good atmosphere, and you know what? Luke Littler, once again on Champions Night, is igniting them.
He has. I think there's been a different atmosphere for every dart player here this evening. Everybody's enjoyed it, with maybe the exception of Jerome Meek, who looked very disconsolate at the end. But the fact of the matter is, now that we go into knockout darts, we are entering Luke Littler's domain. He's never lost in knockout darts. He's 6 for 6. Will he be 8 for 8?
We are about to find out. Right, we're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to be joining our friends over at Sporty Stuff TV. When we get down to the serious business, the semi-finals and the final of the MODUS Super Series, Luke Littler is still in the race to retain this trophy, but he has got stiff opposition up against him. We'll see you in a couple of minutes' time for the conclusion of the MODUS Super Series. good evening and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where it has all come down to this. They are down to the final four here at the MODUS Super Series. In an hour and a half time, we're going to be crowning our fourth champion. And as you can hear, it is fever pitch here at the live lounge in Portsmouth, and they definitely have a firm crowd favourite. Well, two players have already departed us this evening. This is the best of the action so far.
Follow that opening dart, didn't he, Paul?
Early Saturday night nerves here.
Yeah, it's like no other night throughout the week, including
game shot on the first leg.
The weekly winning night.
Double 16.
92.
Chance for Berry to break.
Berry required
something
56.
He's been very good at in the last 2 weeks. Just trying to get rid of a bit of tension in the arm. He's just trying to loosen it. Gets the 16. Tops for a breaker throw and a 2-1 lead.
Game shot on the third leg. Berry Vampire.
How much he enjoyed that one.
Berry require 80.
This is huge because he didn't have the darts in this game. He will have the darts in his second match. And he'll go into that match with 2 points in the bank. I'm not even sure he's going to get a dart or a double in this match the way Luke's going.
Game shot on
I was just about to say, if there's a call on the board that he's been weak on this week, it's been double 60. And this one saved the match. It's really awkward.
Problem is, when you've gone 3 legs without a dart or a double, the emphasis on hitting that double
Luke requires
is
16.
enormous.
Double 8.
Game shot.
That is an ideal start for Luke Littler, the favourite for the title, has won his first game in Group 2.
And this man here producing our 9-darter in the series only a matter of days ago.
Around the houses for double 5.
Game shot on the first.
Is there anything he can't do?
Steve West.
That's a great shot. Not what he intended, but his section of the crowd approved.
Steve, you require
But this
86.
is to do his job. It's the bullseye. It's
Game
through.
shots and the match
For Steve West.
Steve West. And you require
Yeah, it's the
65.
box that's not been ticked.
Big time double top coming in.
Game shot on
And
the
that's a
second
2-0
leg.
lead in 11
Colin
darts.
Osborne.
Is
10.
it still? He's left bereft. And
Colin, you
Osborne
require 20.
has dodged bullets. Even with those misses in the previous visit, he's still 60% on doubles.
Game
And he still wins by 4
and
legs to
match.
0.
Colin
We have a
Osborne.
9-dart shootout possibility in both groups.
Game
But he
shot on the
can't think
second
about the
leg.
money.
Steve West.
He's thinking about being in the semi-finals. Jerome Miak is now out.
You
He's
require
playing well
65.
enough against everybody he plays. Double top.
Game
And he wins the group in
shot
style.
and the match.
4
Steve
legs to 0,
West.
and a disconsolate Jerome Miak knows that he's leaving. He gives the group winner a hug. He's not far away from qualification. He's 1 dart away.
Game
And that was
shot
it. We've got our first non-Saturday checkout of the week, and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout punch to Sugar Reese Robinson.
Well, you've got to remember, all the players watch this, they'll be fully aware of... Oh, hello, Tops. They'll be fully aware of what he's capable of.
Game shot.
He is bringing these fans to their feet for the win. It's
Oh,
all
the flatty.
He's all very
Game
flat,
shot
but
and
that
the
feels very bumpy
Luke Littler.
because Luke Littler wins Group 2.
Well, what a night we have seen so far, and big nights need the big names, and we most certainly have that in the case of Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson here alongside me on stage. And look, once again, Chris, there's only one place we can start on a Champions Night, and that's Luke Littler. He's doing it again.
Yeah, Judd Trump created naughty snooker, and Luke Littler is producing naughty darts, isn't he? And it's great how he gets the crowd involved. Don't confuse it with arrogance, because it's far from it. He's just playing to the gallery of, you know, turn up in their droves to watch some great darts, and that's exactly what they've seen tonight. Unbelievable performances from all 4 players in the semi-finals.
As far as the fixtures and results then are concerned this evening, Paul, we're going to have a look at what we have seen so far this evening. And, well, there was a possibility at one point of 9 dart shootouts in both groups, but in the end, the right 4 go through for you?
Yeah, I'd have to say so. I think Rhys Robinson is going to be having sleepless nights about that game with Colin Osborne, losing by 4 legs to 0, backed him into a corner that he just couldn't get out of. I mean, if you're going to play anybody to try and beat 4-0 to get into a 9 dart shootout, the last person you want it to be is Luke Littler. But as far as Jerome Meek's concerned, I don't think he can be too perturbed by the fact that he has not made the semi-finals. He didn't play well tonight, averaging in the mid-70s. So ultimately, we do have the best 4 players going into the semis into knockout darts. And like I said to you a little bit earlier tonight, Littler's got an unbeaten record in knockout darts on this stage. Is he going to go 8 for 8? It's going to be a very brave person to say no, but I tell you what, Steve West, very impressed with him so far.
Is he the player of the night so far for you, Chris, Steve West?
Yeah, I think you can make a case for him and Luke, definitely, but he's got the bit between his teeth, and we heard from him a little bit earlier about, you know, him not being in the conversation of the best player without a tour card. Well, he's always in the conversation of being a great dart player, but because he doesn't play on the Challenge Tour, he can't win a card this year. But the players we talk about are those ones who are in the top end of Challenge Tour and Dev Tour, who are knocking on the door of getting that card. But if he was on the tour or on the Challenge Tour, I'm sure he would be in that conversation, no question.
The narrative has changed tonight as well. We can now talk about Osborne being a challenger, because that average of 103.66, it could have been better. It was scary in the first couple of legs, and we thought, well, where has this come from? But we're talking about someone who has won on this stage multiple times, and he's the best or the most successful player pretty much in this tournament's history. So I think his motivation is right in front of him. 2 more games to become the best player ever at the MODUS Super Series. Everybody's got their motivation tonight, including Colin.
And that mindset and the tenacity, and almost he just won't quit. And he took that into that match, and that was on the back of a 4-0 drubbing. That just shows you how strong Colin Osborne's mindset is and why he's been around for so long playing top quality darts.
Well, let's round off the 2 league tables then as we head into our semi-finals, because there's advantages for the group winner. They will get the advantage of throwing their respective semi-finals. Steve West is going to have that luxury against Colin Osborne, whilst Luke Littler is going to get the same against Barry Van Peer. But our first semi-final is going to see West against Osborne, and there is experience everywhere you look. It's not going to be a case of anyone getting perturbed by these conditions on this occasion at all.
Not at all. I think you think about Osborne's experience. He was making UK Open final in 2009. West around 2018, 9 years later, making quarterfinals of European Championships and beating the likes of Taylor and Van Gerwen. This is a game for darting purists. People will look at what they've done before, but it's about what they're doing now. That's the most important thing. They're still playing to a very high level, and when they do it against each other, this semi-final could be brilliant.
Is there a possibility, Chris, that both players will know each other's games inside and out, and there's a possibility there could be maybe a little bit too much respect shown on stage?
No, I get what you're saying. It's a bit like when you get 2 elite fighters, they cancel each other out. The beauty of darts is you can't be particularly defensive, and they'll both be all out attack. Both big scorers, and they'll just trade blows until there's a winner after 4 legs, 5 legs, 6 legs, maybe 7 legs, who knows, but it's going to be a fabulous game.
Right, I want a name from the pair of you. Who gets through to the final?
Steve West against Luke Littler for me.
I'm going to agree with Chris. I think West has just looked really composed tonight. I think maybe Colin has got the tenacity, but West has got the darts.
Well, we are about to find out. Our first semi-final is almost upon us. Steve West up against Colin Osborne for a place in the MODUS Super Series final. 3 more games to go, but Series 4 has been absolutely exhilarating. And before this first semi-final gets underway, we're in a little bit of reflective mode here at the Live Lounge as we show you some of the best moments from Series 4. We all love a maximum. But how about this for size? Bouncing out, bouncing in. That was incredible from Thomas Junghans. Talking about incredible, if you're going to qualify for Champions League, do it in style. That was exactly what Reece Robinson did here. A 1-5-3 to beat Scott Walters. Rene Idans came back from 3-0 down to beat Steve Brown to qualify for Champions Week. But no performance in the finale is going to be better than Luke Littler's. 117.88 against a helpless Andy Bartons. Well, we all like a fishing frenzy. This was incredible from Białowski. This was to take his final with Andy Bolton all the way to a deciding leg. Oh, here we go then. Just 3 games remain in the pursuit of the MODUS Super Series 4 title. Game 1 sees 2 experienced campaigners go toe-to-toe as Steve West takes on Colin Osborne. Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson are your commentary team this evening. But first, to get the players on the stage, let's hand over to your Master of Ceremonies, Charlie Korstefin.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. We are live on Sporty Stuff TV, and it's finals night here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And now would you please welcome to the stage our players for semi-final number 1. Firstly, it's simply Steve West, and please welcome the wizard, Colin Osborne.
Here we go then. It's semi-final time, and it's also knockout time. Whoever loses this game will not get their fingerprints on that trophy, which is on the table to your right. This is a big money game as well. The winner of it is guaranteed £10,000 and the opportunity to double it. West has been really good this evening, winning Group 1. Osborne tenacious in getting through Group 2. But now they meet in a knockout game for the first time here at the MODUS Super Series. And just looking back at the past, Mace, West has never lost to Osborne. Will that continue here in Portsmouth?
Yeah, and they would have spent a good few years on tour together, know each other very well, good friends. Always a good bit of banter going on between these two.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Both
game on.
Great lads to be around. It was a lovely touch as well when a little earlier, if you are joining us for the first time, when Steve took out Jerome, he did have some
60
great words of encouragement for him. Of course, Steve West very fluent in Dutch.
55.
Let's talk about what they've done tonight so far. 2 wins for West, 1 for Osborne. Steve averaging 95.1 for the night. And that is his 3rd maximum. But get this, because this is really impressive. He's 62% on doubles 85. for the night.
Yeah, 4 from 6 and 4 from 7. Outstanding stuff. And when he gets his
140
iron around the lipstick, he is sometimes unplayable, and he's been pretty unplayable tonight, Nico, dropping just 1 leg, the most convincing
100
of
Steve
all players remaining
121
in tonight's finals.
Maybe that's a blessing that he didn't hit the 51,
97.
because it takes the bullseye out of temptation's route. Double 12 after 4 visits is a very good start. And I said on the stage with you, Mace, that I went with West purely because he's got the darts. And the reason for that is because he won his group.
Yeah, that's the reward. The only bullet match we have is the final.
This has surely got to go in.
No
Wow.
score.
Well, if he hadn't dropped that dart,
Colin, you
I
require
agree.
81.
Can Colin step in and pick his pocket?
62 left. It's a shot at the ball to break.
49.
Good leave.
Steve, you
Man from the
require
northeast
24.
goes northeast of the bull. Double six.
21.
Doesn't get himself out of jail.
Colin, you require 32.
Edgy start from both, but another opportunity to cancel out that advantage of throw that Steve West has. Double four, other side of the board.
28.
They're both missing, and there's only one route for
Steve,
this
you
check
require
out,
3.
as everybody knows. He has no choice.
No
That's
score.
not it.
Colin, you require 4.
I know it's the second smallest checkout, but it's one of the trickiest.
Game shot on the
And
first
Osborne
leg.
does break in 19
Colin
darts in that
Osborne.
first leg of this semi-final.
That's a real bonus because he had to
Second
break
leg, it's Colin to throw
at
first.
some
Game
point,
on.
of course, to win this match. As always, best of 7, first to 4. Why not get that break out of the way early, Paul?
85.
If there has been a criticism of West's career, it's that when that happens, he does go into this negative mindset.
100.
If he can let that first leg slide and just move on, and he still has a really good chance of winning this game.
100.
But Osborne, sticking to his task, you said it, mentally, there's probably nobody stronger in the history of this tournament.
Well, not what he's gone through as well with his throw, as you
11.
mentioned a couple of times this week. He's had to rebuild and start over.
His range in his qualifying games tonight.
60.
He started with an average of 75.33 and then
Nearly put 30 on that.
103.66 in his next game.
almost
30 points.
180.
That's what Westy has. That's his get out of jail free card. Always seems to have a max in the locker.
He's got more than anybody
60.
tonight now.
And now that Reece Robinson has departed, another great week for him here. All the players here, of course, have had great weeks because they were
145.
all winners of one of the 12 previous weeks, so have all cashed a cheque for £5,000 plus their appearance and prize money this week.
140. Steve, you require 65.
A very lucrative couple of weeks for the players.
25.
Oh, he's now none from 8, Nico.
Colin,
He's
you
had
require
darts
56.
at 12s and tops that have literally made the wire on the board lighter.
Game shot on
Osborne
the
is
second
taking
leg.
full advantage.
Colin Osborne.
And this reeks of that game he had with Christian Kist here back in week 4.
Third leg, it's Steve
Kist
to throw first.
was
Game on.
unbelievable that night. He was so good. We thought it was just a matter of time before he made his way to Champions Week. But Osborne had the password.
81.
He cracked the code.
It's almost as if, and you keep saying it, when your name's on the pot, is it
135.
Osborne's destiny to win this? Because based on numbers, he shouldn't even be here.
125.
West won his week the week after Osborne in week 5, beating Shane McGurk somewhat convincingly by 4 legs to 1 in his final.
100.
But this is the beauty of this format. You can be brilliant in your week, you can be brilliant in qualifying, but ultimately, if you have one bad game, you will not be Super Series champion.
How many times have you seen players be brilliant in
58.
Group A and it just not click on the Saturday night?
Jerome Mioch is a great example of that. He was superb, but not tonight.
Averaged over 90
48.
for 3 days of play. That's 15 matches tonight. Didn't break 80.
I think what Steve West needs
180.
is for Osborne to have a bad visit here and for him to take out that 57 with no fuss.
Yeah.
If he continues to wire doubles, the negativity will metastasize.
134.
Don't know what it means,
Steve
Nico,
Uruguay,
but I love
57.
it.
Double 10.
And you just
37.
know, Colin Osborne, the kind of player
Colin Uruguay,
just to
84.
step in and go, thank you very much. I'll have a bit of that.
81 left. Reprieve time for West.
Yeah,
40.
a couple of mil away there from
Steve
the
Uruguay,
perfect
20.
opening dart to get 2 at 24.
Other side. Oh,
Game
he gets an
on the
assist.
third
That's the
leg.
luckiest
Steve
start
West.
I've seen all week. That was missing. They
Fourth leg, it's
both
Colin
know
to
it.
throw first.
Well,
Game on.
Colin Osborne would have been meerkatting over the shoulder of Steve West, and he would have watched the flight of that dart, and he'd have been thinking to himself, oh, that's a result. I get another go.
Who said that darts is
55.
an individual sport? Because that was a team visit. Dart 1 just flicked it on for dart 3, and that might just be the turning point for Westy.
180.
Is it a 180, Paul, in every leg of the match so far?
140.
Everybody in this crowd is enthralled. A lot of them who were singing Luke Littler's name just before 10 o'clock are wondering
140.
if it's going to be Littler against one of these. Don't write Barry Van Peer off yet.
He produced
99.
a fabulous performance, albeit in defeat, but he did average 98.13.
Even with all of those missed doubles, West is still playing
127.
really well. The only reason his average is at 90 at the minute is because of 12 missed darts at the outer ring.
That's a leg for him.
$29. Steve Uruguay, 54.
He will go back to tops. The game plan won't change.
Game
And
shot on the
this
fourth
time,
leg.
It's
Steve
in,
West.
and he's got his throw back. He's now the favourite to win this semi-final again.
Fifth leg, it's
I said
Steve to
it
throw
was
first.
a leg for him. I was
Game
being
on.
generous. Because that was an 11 darter.
The trend continues.
180.
5 from 5.
Reputations, like 180 machines, don't just come in Christmas crackers. You don't
28.
snap that cracker, open it up. Oh, by the way, I can hit a lot of 180s. You get that reputation from doing so. And West has done that in his career.
Absolutely. A 180.
100.
A big 180 player tends to be sort of one big 180 hitter throughout their career. It's like being a big puncher. It's the last thing you lose.
125.
I wonder if Colin's got a good chin.
He showed one tonight.
140.
This is about the mental game, this semi-final. Osborne was stoic, using one of your words from earlier in the week.
83.
His ability to stick in there in the
Steve
first couple of
Uruguay,
legs. But
81.
the bounce-back ability of West. That's why he's on the cusp of being ahead.
41.
He's not perturbed by missing a single or indeed a treble in the West part of the board there. All he wants to do is plot his way to 4 legs.
The difference in scoring power is enormous. 9 scores of 140 or more. 5 of those are 180s. Just 3. for Colin
82.
Osborne. 2 of those are 140s.
Steve Uruguay,
and just the 1
40.
max. is why he has created so many
Game shot
opportunities
on the
for
fifth
doubles now.
Steve West.
One of them, now he's hitting 2.
You were saying earlier tonight that Luke Littler has invented
Sixth leg, it's Colin to
naughty
throw first.
darts.
Game on.
Steve West tonight has had 2 naughty finishes. 40 with double 1, double 19, and he's had 90 with treble 20, double 10, double 5.
140.
Does he look like he cares? He's not celebrating anything at the minute.
140.
Colin Osborne's metal is going to be tested here. The metal, of course, is tungsten.
Yeah, he's going to have to be malleable, that's for sure. He might have to bend, but he can't
100.
break.
Putting onto his throw. After 6. Here comes Westy.
100.
Only a ton.
He's in Colin's slipstream at the minute in leg 6. Hoping that he's going to run out of petrol.
57.
Or battery power.
$100.
It is a finish. And he will get a look at it. His best finish of the week was 1-4-1 for a perfect leg. To go up a notch and into the final,
Senior required 161.
he needs 2 trebles and the bull.
$85.
It's fairly handy. But now
Colin,
we
you
test
require
Osborne's
104.
metal. He's at the point of, if I don't hit this, I could be gone.
Yeah, has to be assertive. Has to pick his treble. Picks it bang in the middle of treble 20. Westy thinks it's in. He nods.
Game
He's
shot
right.
on the sixth leg. Colin Osborne.
Typical Colin Osborne, that.
I've
Seventh
said these
final leg. It's
words
Steve to
many
throw first.
times
Game
here
on.
in Portsmouth. How good was that? That was...
We know, we've been in that situation.
That was unbelievable. If you're in
60.
West's shoes right there, you're thinking, right, how am I going to get this 76? Didn't even get a look. Experience versus Super Series experience.
134.
They've both won here multiple times, but only one can make the final of the big dance. And the
60.
trebleless visits have come back to West in this 7th leg.
Colin Osborne, maybe just a 140 or a big 2 treble visit away, and he's found
135.
135, forcing Westy. Well, he needs a max ideally. He's just starting to force the issue.
Considering everything that West has hit Osborne with in this game,
82.
Colin may indeed be a wizard.
He's got talent up his sleeve. He's got guts up his sleeve, I know that. Defiance.
140.
How would his fellow Teessider put it? Teesside steel. It's got to be another treble.
139.
And he's got a hook. Did he get a look? Gets a look
Colin,
at
you
that.
require 92.
Colin's 3 from 7 on the doubles. And he's just taken out a 104. He's found the treble 20, Nico. This is for an 11-dart breaker throw and a place in the final.
Unbelievable talent under amazing pressure. Double 8.
84.
One chance for West to rescue this situation.
Senior required 160.
Wires it. How many times in this leg has he wired that
45.
treble 20? Osborne has had
Colin, you
2
require 8.
darts to make the final. Last chance.
No score.
That's 5 missed darts for the final. What does West
Senior
do
required
on
115.
115? Lots of options. He would dearly love a shot at tops. He's not going to get one. But it is a shot at double 18.
79.
And he wires 18s for the final. Drama here in Portsmouth.
Well, that was in the same
Colin, you
place on the
require
opposite
8.
side of the board. He wired the 9. Did go on to get one, of course.
Double 4 again.
Game,
Double 2
shot,
gets him into the
and
big
the
dance. And
Colin
the Wizard
Osborne.
has got the spell book right this time. West will be devastated. He missed double 18 to get into the final match. But Osborne will now have a tilt at history, because if he wins the final, he will become the most successful person in the history of this tournament. That was a spellbinding semi-final, and we've got another one coming your way to see who will play Osborne. Will it be Luke Littler, or will it be Barry Van Peer?
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And why don't you make a trip to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth? Something on your darting bucket. The crowd in here this evening have absolutely loved every single second of the action, and they have been spellbound by some really good and some really tense darts at the same time. And that was exactly what we saw in our first semi-final between Steve West and Colin Osborne. It was a case of scores for show, doubles for dough. Steve West, 5 maximums to his name, but 3 out of 17 when it came to the doubles was his undoing in the end. Colin Osborne coming up clutch with a 104 finish to send us all the way to a last leg decider. And so Colin Osborne is the first player through to the final, and we've now got a heavyweight match on our hands. It is one of the standout players of the Challenge Tour in 2023 in Barry Van Peer, up against one of the stars of the Development Tour in 2023 in Luke Littler. The defending champion is looking to make it back to the money match, whilst for Barry Van Peer, he could be 2 games away from completing a triple crown in the amateur game, winning the Dutch Open, top of the Challenge Tour, and maybe the Super Series could be the third of his big honours in 2023. This could be absolutely electric. Strap yourselves in. Charlie Courtsville is your MC. Your commentary team is Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the MODUS Super Series. We are live on Sporty Stuff TV, and it's finals night here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's now time for our second semi-final. So firstly, would you please welcome to the stage the Nuke, Luke Littler, and Bionic, Barry Van Peer.
Here we go. Semi-final number 2. Colin Osborne awaits the winner of this one in the final. Who will it be? What we've seen tonight, I'm a bit wary to call it, Nico.
I'm with you, Mace. Everyone's going to tip Luke Littler for this one. In the past, we've made some very bold calls. You and I thought that Raymond Smith would win Series 2. He did. A lot of people thought that Luke would win Series 3. He did. Not many people tipped Conan Whitehead to win Series 1, but he did. As for this one, we've got 3 players left. 2 from England, 1 from the Netherlands, and we have the man in second position.
First leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
In the Development Tour Order of Merit. Currently en route to a tour card in the PDC, if he so wishes, against the man who's en route to a tour card through the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, and he's miles ahead.
Yeah, Luke Littler sat just behind Vessel Nyman. He's played 112 matches.
100!
Has a running average over all of those 112 matches of 91.63.
99.
But when it comes to tonight, in this pressure cooker of an atmosphere,
140.
He's better than that. 93.83 and 57% on doubles so far this evening.
59.
And most importantly, he's never lost a knockout match here at the MODUS Super Series.
57.
He's 6 from 6.
Looking to go 8 from 8.
99.
I should imagine Barry Van Peer will be inspired by that Colin Osborne performance.
I have to agree. Commiserations to
95.
Steve West, who put up a huge fight. But if Osborne goes on to win the title tonight, that 104 will go down in infamy.
92.
Because
Very
he stopped
required 109.
his opponent from getting a match shot in that 6th leg. He couldn't stop him getting a match start in leg 7. But ultimately, West missed 1 and Osborne got more. That one's not in there, meaning Littler will get 94 as an effort for a 1-0 lead.
Luke required 94.
You're going to go aggressive? No, for the ball. Double 16. Interesting.
62.
Rather than go for his favourite tops.
Very
and
required
you picked up on it
33.
early in the week, Paul, that his strike rate on double 16 has not been great.
No, it hasn't. Luke's dad in the background wearing the shirt that he wore yesterday.
Well, he used
fairly
his dad's,
nervous.
He used his dad's darts and his dad's shirt.
Double 16 for Berry.
1.
He can't get the assist that Steve West got in the previous game.
Yeah, he's had his issues
Luke
down in
required
that part of the board.
32. Game shot on the first
For
line.
context,
Luke Littler.
Dampier on the Challenge Tour has played 68 matches.
Second leg, it's Berry to throw first. Game on.
Has an average of 89.6.
But just like Littler, Van Pierre has reached a new level tonight.
125.
If you think about his week, 86.2, and he hasn't played his best darts.
140.
But on Saturday night, he's raised that by 6 points, which is much improved. His doubling, 33%.
134.
That's susceptible to defeat.
And in one of his interviews earlier, he said he prefers just getting ready for that one match. He prefers
59.
knockout darts.
I think a lot of them prefer knockout darts because it's what they play most of the time.
85.
Good start 18s here. Well, go back to treble 20. 138 leaves 164. So 6 darts.
57.
If needed
Berry
at
required
157 for Berry Van Pierre.
157.
No finish for Littler. 100 left. Tops left.
Game shot on the
That
second
is the
leg.
second
Berry
157
Van Pierre.
that we've seen here this week. What a time
Third leg, it's
to get
Luke
one
to
of your
throw
biggest
first. Game
finishes
on.
of the entire campaign. Before Luke Littler's 170 tonight, it was actually Berry that had a 164, which was the
140.
biggest. But that was a huge hit. We talk a lot about the
99.
tangibles within this sport of darts, but there's a lot of intangibles as well. And one of those things is looking at a player
58.
and seeing how likely they are. Berry looks more likely now than at any point this week.
96.
Danny Lauby, who had that 157. We've pretty much gone through the card in finishes now.
58.
There can't be many finishes north of 150 that we haven't had. We've had a 151, 157, 156. Got a 164 in there. A 170,
59.
of course. Best of 5 from here. To play in a £10,000 match. The only person left in this tournament who has never won £20,000 before
97.
is Berry Van Pierre.
Yeah, and there was an opening there. Here comes Luke.
90.
Could have
Berry
been worse.
required
Down to a 2-dart
150.
finish. Oh, can he back up the 157 with a 150? Could be a game changer.
19s, of which he needed 6 of them.
61. Luke required 96.
Double 18.
Game
Can't
shot on the
stand
third line.
it. He hates double
Luke
18.
Littler.
So much so that he dodges it as much as he can. But right now he's in love with it.
He couldn't dodge it there
Fourth
after
leg,
the
it's Berry to
60.
throw first. Game on.
Both feeling it.
Yeah, this is an interesting statistical game.
58.
The average is short of 84 for Littler. Berry's on 90 exactly.
Just a different dynamic, Paul. It's
100.
all or nothing at this stage. You don't want to lose in a semi. I mean, you don't want to lose in a final, but
58.
losing in a semi is painful.
You think about all the semi-finalists that we've had in previous series.
96.
You ask most Super Series fans, it will take them a long time to remember who those semi-finalists were.
140.
But it doesn't take them long to remember the finalists and the winners.
138.
Two players that we won't have here for at least the next 2 years. So if you like these players, enjoy them while we've got them.
133.
Yeah, it's very likely.
Luke Mackay, 167.
What's Berry got in the locker here for a 1-1-2?
97. Berry Mackay, 112.
This is one of those tipping points in this match. If he misses and Littler hits, all of a sudden things get very comfortable. Might go to treble 18 here.
Yeah, it's the right play. Number 14 should be the shot.
80.
He's asked Littler the question.
Luke requires 70.
He usually has the answer.
Double 16.
54.
Well, for me, that's a change of tactic. All this week has been about tops and tens.
Maybe in the preparation tonight, he's been going through his practice
Berry
routines
requires
and
32.
feeling comfortable on that double 16.
This is what Berry does. This is his process. When he's under pressure, he has to go from A to B to C in this process.
I think he thought that was in.
That
Game
one
shot
is.
on the fourth leg.
He's
Berry
working
Bumpy.
very, very hard for this. Best of three again
Fifth leg, it's
in the
Luke to throw
semi-finals.
first. Game on.
Everybody here in Portsmouth is getting their money's worth. Not that the tickets were very
57.
expensive.
Oh, they're free if you want to come on a Saturday night. Any Saturday night. Not just for the Champions Week.
100.
You noticed something else as well, Mace? He didn't give Jelle Klassen those flights back. Because on Thursday morning,
100.
Berry changed his flights to the same ones that Jelle Klassen was using. And since then, he's played better. I'm not saying it's all the flights.
93.
But dart players are superstitious. He hasn't changed them back. Sorry, Jelle. I don't think you're getting them back.
81.
There was a danger with so many Luke Littler
98.
fans in this audience that things could get quite wild. But at the minute,
57.
it's silent.
Well, Berry is keeping them quiet at the moment. And a breaker through here would be a disaster for Luke Littler.
44.
But that is a massive error.
Did you see Littler in the background?
Yep.
Just trying to rev himself up.
Well, he knows how big that mistake was because he now has 2 visits to get rid of 206.
134.
He said he's good at flicking the switch. Right there, he was brilliant on the switch.
98.
Another pivotal
Luke
moment.
requires 72.
It's double 16 again.
Sticking with it.
40.
He moved his head before he went for the shot. I just wonder if he was unsure about the single, whether a step back, then reapproaching
Berry
the off, he would
requires
have been more
68.
prudent.
Yeah, he was unsure if it was in the tops or the single. Biggest visit in the match, because a break here would mean Barry Van Peer will have the darts in the next leg to win it. There is Ritual trying to visualize the shot. He went for 36 for 32, double 18.
32.
He's just hit the same hole that was created by Steve West.
Luke,
and he
you
missed the
require
dot for the match.
32.
An opportunity there. Both feeling it. Unless you've been in this situation, well aware of the tension involved.
First eruption from the nuke. I've never seen him do that before. But maybe that is a result of extra tension. He just wanted to let it out. That's how much he wants to defend this. Littler has had the measure of Berry this week, beating him 3 times
100
in Group A. They were split on Thursday and Friday as Berry went to Group C and Littler went to Group B.
100.
Those matches in the first 3 days of the week seem like a century ago.
100.
Make no mistake as well, that double 8, that hurt Bionic. Doesn't just take 170 checkouts and 104s.
57.
Sometimes it's getting the double on the third dart that hurts you.
Yeah, when you get embroiled in a match like this,
81.
it feels like you're in quicksand.
If it is to be Osborne and Littler, Colin's going to go into the snake pit. Look at how many people are here for Luke. He's hitting the accelerator, and Berry's got to stay with him to have any sort of hope.
100.
He's still got hope.
How big could that
Luke
treble
require
20 turn out to be?
124.
If Littler can't convert the 1-2-4, treble 18 and bullseye.
99.
Can't get any closer than that.
Without hitting it.
This week we've seen 120 taken by 3 double tops.
Berry require
You won't be seeing that here.
120.
That won't happen, as Chris said.
Take the tension out of the arm, and this will all be on the back of whatever sports psychology he's done in the aftermath of having dartitis.
Well, he believes he's only got this one chance. And maybe his chance has gone. It's now down to Luke to find his way to the final again.
I don't think he likes the treble 20.
88.
He was right.
Luke
It was double
require
8
25.
that gave Littler leg 5. It
Game
gives him the
shot.
final as well.
And the match.
Your final is set for Super Series 4. It's going to be Colin Osborne going for greatness against the man trying to defend the trophy. Unbelievable final incoming, and everybody here in Portsmouth is going to be looking forward to that, including the Nukes Massive, which is taking up almost half of this hall. But when we come back, it will be your final, Littler and Osborne for greatness.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we now have a final set in stone. Luke Littler, the defending champion, is just one game away from successfully defending that title, but he's going to be taking on Colin Osborne for the £20,000 jackpot and the opportunity to call himself a MODUS Super Series champion. Paul Nicholson is alongside me up here on the balcony to assess the two semi-finals that we've seen. Let's go in chronological order, because we've seen drama all the way in the semi-finals. So let's begin with the game between Colin Osborne and Steve West. It was a case of Steve West, the scoring phase of his game you can't fault, but 14 missed darts at double. Well, that was the undoing in the end.
Yeah, it was a great performance from Steve, and his scoring was very, very good. But ultimately, when you look at the missed doubles at the start of the match, immediately he bounced back. In the first couple of legs, it didn't go his way, and Colin took his chances. The way he bounced back after that was fantastic. But the way that Colin was sticking in, and that sixth leg, that 104, that really did hurt Steve. And then the way that Colin scored in that final leg to get himself into position, he needed quite a lot of doubles to get over the line and ultimately survive the dart himself.
Talk about the composure you've got to have under that pressure to pull out something like that with a game on the line.
Sometimes you need a friend, and that friend was his favourite double top. It's won him so many big games here in the MODUS Super Series, and that may just be the best double top he's hit this year.
Most certainly that. And then the second semi-final, Luke Littler beating Barry Van Peer by 4-2. But will Barry feel like in that game he missed an opportunity there?
Yeah, he was playing Luke Littler not at his best. There was pressure in that game, and we saw a reaction from Luke that I haven't seen before. One of, I'm feeling edgy, I've hit a double, and I need to let something out. There's going to be one of two things happening from here because of that. Littler's going to feel more comfortable than he was before that, or his adrenaline spike will harm him. I just wonder, but Barry will think to himself, I should have won that one. In fact, I passed him on the way up here, and he said, I think I should have won that one 4-1.
Well, he had darts in the opening couple of legs, but it's Luke Littler that's going to take on Colin Osborne in the final. Now, I've just heard from backstage, Colin Osborne has won the bullseye in the practice room. It's the only game in the week where we have a bull-up. And finals like this, they're so interesting, aren't they? Because you've got the experience of Colin Osborne, who, we should not forget, is a major title winner, winning the Championship League, up against the young, precocious talent that is Luke Littler. Yes, he's the defending champion in this. It's like one of those old tennis battles, a bit like when Roger Federer was playing players towards the end of his career. You've got this young upstart who's won titles up against someone that just knows the game inside out.
Yeah, it's true. We can talk about what they've done and what they have done this week. But ultimately, it's not really a final that we have lined up or even thought was possible until now. What was Colin standing out odds-wise before tonight? He was way towards the bottom. So we weren't thinking about a possible Luke Littler, Colin Osborne final. But now that we have it, we've got to state that this is a game for greatness, because Osborne is trying to become the greatest player in MODUS Super Series history by getting everything that's possible. Southampton wins, Portsmouth wins, then a series win. But for Littler to be the first person to defend it, that would be greatness in itself. So it is a game for greatness.
And look, Colin Osborne has kind of been written off for the entirety of the way. I think people expect him to get through to the final, but after the first night, people expecting Danny Lauby to come through in his place. Even tonight, people thought Littler and Robinson would come through the group stage. But all night long, he's been written off. Can he pull off one more miracle?
I'm not really sure that we've been writing him off. He's just been in a very difficult situation all week. But he's always found a way to get out. It's almost like he's got cheat codes to stay in the game. But against the best player right now in this format and one of the best young players in the world, he's going to need to be really good, especially with the darts now that he's won the bull.
Right, if Luke Littler wins tonight, can we end the debate best player without a tour card?
I don't want to have that debate. I'm with Steve West on this. I think there's so many players that don't have a tour card that are great. It's just great that so many players are in the argument.
Well, here we go. We have waited 13 weeks for this moment. Monday, May the 8th, the process began to find the fourth MODUS Super Series champion. Is it going to be a retention for Luke Littler becoming the first player to win this title on more than one occasion? Or is Colin Osborne going to complete the set here? Most appearances, most wins, and maybe the title to go with it. It's an enthralling final, a final for the ages. Paul Nicholson's going to join Chris Mason in the commentary box to describe it. But first, to get the players on the stage, your master of ceremonies is Charlie Corsafine.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 13 weeks of action, this is the MODUS Super Series Champions Week final. We are live on Sporty Stuff TV here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And now would you please welcome to the stage the first of our finalists. Firstly, it's the Wizard, Colin Osborne. And now would you please welcome to the stage his opponent. He's the reigning and defending MODUS Super Series champion. It's the Nuke, Luke Lidler.
Well, here we go. It is final time. £20,000 up for grabs. This is a £10,000 money match. The winner guaranteed 20. The runner-up 10. But more importantly, for this young man, an opportunity to be the first player to defend the Champions Week final. Up against Colin Osborne, 48. Middlesbrough, now residing in Derby. And this one, Nico, youth versus experience.
Indeed. This is what I'm calling the game for greatness. To be the greatest player in MODUS Super Series history, Osborne has only got one thing to achieve, and that is to win this game, to get his name on that. But for Littler, he could deny the Wizard that little slice of greatness and create his own.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
And there is a massive difference in dynamic. Colin won't care how he wins. He just wants to win. Where if it gets scrappy, like we've seen in the last one, Luke
97.
did get involved.
Will the crowd be a factor here?
58.
Because half of this audience have been cheering for the Nuke.
Love the fact that they've all stayed to watch
58.
the finale.
I've just spoken to a couple of people on the balcony, and they've travelled 200 miles to be here tonight.
53.
That's the reach of coming here to the MODUS Super Series now. As for the players, over the last 3 months, they've come as far
45
as Australia, from Canada, all over the globe. But this
59
is 2 English players going for that big check. It may feel a bit like deja vu for Luke, because he's been here before against Jacob Taylor, who
85
was a very well-seasoned player.
96.
Needed that treble. That's his first big treble of the final. You can see that Colin is a little edgy. Neither player
24
have settled yet.
It's not every day you play for £10,000 more, because they've already got 10,000 in the bank.
65.
Some of these finals are not about quality. They are about bottle.
Yeah, they're about controlling your emotions and dealing with adversity.
45. Luke to require
The timing isn't
170.
there. He's not even getting to the end of his throw. Who is going to
40.
settle first?
Colin, you require 147.
18 darts thrown. Now they're on a finish. Could just be one visit that unlocks what they need for the rest of the match.
Luke to require
One little key.
130.
Could be this 130. Bull.
105. Colin, you require 87.
He's been clutch tonight when he's needed to be.
69.
Not right there. Littler knows a thing
Luke
or two about a 25 checkout.
5. Ooh. Double 4.
21.
And Osborne on double 9.
Colin, you
Can be
require
tricky.
18.
Got to be aggressive.
Didn't even think about splitting it.
Game
And he
shot
gets
on
it
the
with the first
leg.
start.
Colin
He can
Osborne.
consider himself fortunate to have had 24 darts to lead
Second
that
leg,
double
it's
9.
Luke to throw first. Game on.
But it proves that winning the bullseye in the practice room has paid dividends already.
140.
Now that first leg's been shaken off, they may start to perform.
41.
See how short the swing is from Colin Osborne.
140.
We've talked a lot this evening about people knowing each other really well throughout the week. This is the first meeting
60.
they've had all week. They have not crossed paths.
Colin should be experienced enough not to
57.
get drawn into the hype.
Do beg your pardon, I got that wrong. They played in Group B together, didn't they? What I was going to say was,
80.
where was Osborne
Luke to require 164.
when Littler was born?
57.
Littler was days old after Osborne was making his debut at the World Championship in 2007.
That's scary.
85.
There's your proof about Clash
Luke
of
to require
Generations.
107.
Sticking with double 16.
91.
And I don't get it. Sometimes I can see method in the madness. But this tactic here, we've said he's had problems in that department.
180. Luke to
afford
require
any more.
60.
You've seen Osborne approach like that all night long, just in case.
Game shot on the second leg.
Is not fruitful
Luke
this
Littler.
time. Fair play to Luke for hitting that double 4. That was well needed.
And that last start will hurt.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first.
After a match,
Game
you
on.
think, go on, I'd love one more go. Denied by the last start from Littler.
Well, how many times have we said that to ourselves as dart players?
99.
Oh, I'd love one more go.
And you think you're going to get one, and the moment you think you're going to get one, you don't.
77.
What this final is proving is that Luke is immune. You think about some of the finals he's had here in Portsmouth. He's never lost a knockout match. 109, 117
100.
in finals. This pressure is different. Or is he just warming up?
100.
He's feeling it.
Yeah, tonight, averages of 92.49, beating Osborne earlier on.
43.
And after that, 95.17 and 80% on doubles, beating Reece Robinson in a very entertaining six-leg contest.
140.
In that semi-final that you've just seen.
There's Luke Littler just starting to turn the screw. The throw of Colin looks
99.
just off. And that's confirmed by the average. 74.
64. Colin, you require 160.
He's not going to find this one. Said earlier on,
100.
having the bull
Luke, you require
could
120.
pay dividends. It did in leg 1. But his throw may be broken.
100.
Not quite.
Colin, you
How many
require
lives
60.
has Osborne used up? over the last 3 days.
Calling him the cat.
Game shot on the third leg. Colin Osborne.
So far, this crowd is fairly muted.
Fourth leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
The thing is, if the longer you take to put Colin away, the more he will believe he's going to lift the trophy.
Patience is one of those qualities that if you have it, boy, it can be useful.
137.
On Thursday, Littler beat Osborne by 4 legs to 1. That wasn't a great game. When they played on Friday, it was better.
55.
But Littler still won by 4 legs to 3. I mentioned that Littler beat him by 4 legs to 0 earlier on tonight.
93.
When we thought that maybe Osborne wasn't going to be cutting it here on finals night. It would be so typical of this format if the only win that Osborne gets would be against the person
79.
that's already beaten him 3 times.
Yeah, 3 out of 3. Again, he's just trying to apply a bit of pressure, but not for the first time. It's produced a 2-treble cover shot visit to take back control of the leg.
100.
Things are definitely settling in this
Luke
game now.
Require 82.
Well, as a player, you're aware of the short format, aren't you?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Even more added pressure as the best leg of the match is completed by Luke Littler in 15 darts.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Had over twice as many shots of the double than Colin Osborne has Luke. 9
60
for Luke Littler, 4 of the double for Colin. Incredibly though, the only 180 in the match is for Colin Osborne.
58.
But he's yet to hit a 140.
He might not need one. We're at the stage now
60
where we've played hundreds upon hundreds of games, and it might come down to 1 leg.
39.
But in old money, it's as if the set score in a World Masters is tied, and it's a 1-set shootout.
140.
Advantage Osborne. Those treble 19s really are coming up trumps for Luke.
They're paying dividends. Great cover shooting.
He's got a 140 there. That's his second. Maybe that's starting to click. How big will that be, though?
Huge.
Colin, you require 101.
Absolutely huge.
Very similar to the 104 that he took in that match with West in the semis. He's not going to take this one. Another chance for Littler to break.
Luke, you require 90.
Double 20, double 15. He'll stay there. Ball.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Luke Littler.
Is that the moment?
Has the nuke just erupted?
The leg that
Sixth leg, it's Luke to throw
pretty
first.
much
Game
controlled without getting a dart at a double.
48.
It took till leg 5 to get a breaker throw. 48. Well,
28.
he's not punished.
You could say it. Who's got the launch codes?
And it's
Is it Luke or is it the Wizard?
140.
The man with the most experience seems to be the one that's suffering in the moment.
81.
He needs mistakes from the defending champion.
Good luck with that.
134.
Doesn't look like they're coming.
Again, picking off 2 treble 19s. Incredible ease.
78.
He's got lots of time to get rid of this. Wants to leave tops.
64.
That will have to do. A lead of 199 points is more than fine.
66.
It looks like Colin might have to
Luke
wait for that darting
150.
destiny here in Portsmouth to complete his set, because Littler is on the cusp
95.
and has now missed a dart to get his fingerprints back on that trophy.
Gonna get plenty more.
It just had to be double 10.
40. Luke required 20.
It is double 10.
Game.
It's double 5. And Luke Littler is still the MODUS Super Series champion. He won it in Series 3, and he's now successfully defended it against the most successful competitor he could have been put up against here in the final. But the army of fans that have made their way to Portsmouth from all over the country to support this young 16-year-old superstar, they are not going to leave disappointed, because once again, Chris Mason, Luke Littler is the champion.
Yeah, does the business. Back to back. Champions Week finals. £60,000 in prize money just from the Super Series. He is now unbeaten, Nico, in 4 finals here at the Super Series.
In knockout darts, Luke Littler has won 8 games from 8. Sometimes you can win with an average of 117.88, but right there, all he needed was an 86 in a gutsy display. 4 hits from 13 on the doubles. It was very edgy at the start, but as you can see, Osborne didn't have in his locker enough to find the cheat codes to beat the nuke. The highest check out of the match, 90, as you can see. Just a couple of maximums in that one, and as soon as Osborne started to find the 140s, unfortunately, the game was up. Thanks for joining us. It's time to crown the champion.
Luke Littler, many congratulations. You've done it again. Many congratulations. Just sum up how you feel right now.
I feel okay. But the final, we weren't the best. But 2-2, I took out the 90 on the ball, and I think if I didn't take that out, personally, I would have lost the game, because I didn't feel right. I was shaking. Yeah.
If the first time you won it, you did it with style, flair and panache, this time, did you draw on almost experiences of last time, grinding in, being gritty, because there was moments in that semi-final against Berry, moments in that final against Colin, where there was moments where there was a little bit of peril?
Yeah, well, semi-final and final, there was opportunities where I could have gone 3-2 down, but I dug in, and I've done it again.
What is the secret? What is the Luke Littler secret when it comes to the Super Series?
I love it down here. Obviously, I'm second in the development tour. Obviously, I'm on to get my tour card, and obviously this is at the top right now. But if I do get my tour card, then I'll thank everyone at the MODUS.
I think you've made a couple of friends tonight. This crowd, they absolutely love you, and you love them, don't you?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Obviously, I've got people from my area. I've got people from Spain. It's unbelievable.
So, when you spoke to me last time you won the 20 grand, you said, I want to defend it. I want to go and do things. I want to get a car. Now you've got another 20 grand in your pocket. What's the next goal for Luke Littler?
A better car than what I was thinking. But obviously, it's massive. I've done it again.
Well, Luke, you know what time it is now. You're getting used to this. I'm going to take that microphone off you. I'm going to let you have your moment. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Does it again. Many congratulations to him. But I said to him in that interview, the first time he did it with style and panache, this time he had to draw on a lot of guts and determination.
Yeah, there's more than one way to win a game of darts, and he's just shown it there. He didn't get off to a good start, and when you're a player and you're in that situation, you can just get bogged down a little bit. But ultimately, he found a way to win, and that's a sign of a great champion. You can't always be at your best. Sometimes you just have to graft and grind, and he did just that, and he's the worthy winner.
Colin Osborne, when he felt that there was points in that final where there was a couple of opportunities that may have gone by for him.
Yeah, I'd like the opportunity to play Luke Littler for 10 grand and he averaged 86. Of course he will. He'd be absolutely devastated. He knows that was I don't think you'll get a better opportunity to win £20,000 against Luke Littler, because he will have learned more from that than just going up there and averaging 100 and blowing Colin away. He had to go through all sorts of emotions. He had to try and contain himself. He had to forget about what his opponent was doing. And yeah, he's mature beyond his years.
Well, this was the moment that sealed it for Luke Littler in the end. Well, double 10 this time was a friend. It was infamy for Luke Littler going inside, finding the double 5, 4-2, the champion again.
Yeah, and he changed his tack tonight, didn't he? He went from sort of the reliable tops and tens and decided to have a crack at double 16, and that can all just stem from being in the practice room, going through his drills, finding out what was working on the night. But listen, we can analyse it and overanalyse it. Ultimately, for me, best player this week and the right champion.
We talk so often about how hard it is to win a week, then win a Champions Week.
Winning a week's easy.
But to win a week, then win Champions, and then to win this twice, that says a hell of a lot about him.
Well, yeah, because you've got to come through a field of so many players, and we spoke about it earlier in the week. You've got to try and time your run to perfection. You can't afford to come in here, as we've seen from some players. Barry Van Peer just sort of lost his shape coming into this week, and sometimes you can play yourself into form, but to do it, and listen, he's unbeaten on that stage. He's played here 4 times over 4 weeks and won each week. Credit to him. It's an incredible achievement, and one I don't think we'll see happen very often.
Well, Luke Littler, the champion again, and just he waits for it. He's getting used to this now. He's waiting for the moment, He knows the confetti's about to go down, gives it a look, sees his name on it. There we go. I'm the champ. I'm the daddy of the Super Series.
Yeah, and he certainly is. It's not up for debate right now. 2 from 2. As I said, 4 from 4 on that stage in finals. And yeah, I hope he enjoys the money. He's there ain't too many richer 16-year-old dart players around, that's for sure.
Put it this way, the bank manager's going to have some fun on Monday morning.
Yeah, I'm sure he is as well with the money. Imagine what his first car is going to be when it's 17. Mine was a mini clubman. I don't think his will be a mini clubman, that's for sure.
Well, and just finally, just some thoughts and reflections on Series 4 as a whole. We've seen new players coming. We've seen new stars emerge, such as the likes of Jerome Milk. It's been a really good series.
Yeah, and we're inviting more and more players. That's the key now, is to try and find new stars, as well as, you know, traditionally as we do, you know, with the ADC and ADC Europe. We've started to go further afield in terms of the Oceanic region. It'd be nice to get a few more Americans over. And listen, I think it'd be nice to do a Women's Week at some point. I certainly think there's the strength and depth out there. We've seen that at the Women's World Match Play. But yeah, going forward, we've got a great lineup next week again, and we go again 9:30 Monday morning.
It's been a pleasure, mate, hasn't it?
For you, I'm sure it has.
Well, thank you for your company. Thank you to everyone who's either been stood on this balcony, in the commentary box, but also the people behind the camera that make this whole operation happen. It takes a big team effort to make the MODUS Super Series happen. But we're not going to have any rest, because it's me and you back on Monday morning, isn't it?
Yeah, and we're going out for a sherbet.
Indeed we are. Right, first round's on you, mate. Right, thank you so much for your company over the last 13 weeks. We appreciate it a lot. But as far as Series 4 is concerned, Luke Littler is still the king of the MODUS Super Series. Bye-bye for now.